Just by the grace of God, he was able to watch my wife and I get married at 22.
Wow.
But it was just a few months before we found out we were pregnant with his first grandson. You never got to meet him. So, I had just sold my startup earlier that year. I wasn't rushed into the next thing, and it became very clear to me that I had to, this became my mission. There was just this calling, right? Throughout life, you just feel compelled to go on a journey, and I attribute that to God's calling for my life. And we started Jevity, me and my co-founder. I met my co-founder in high school. We went to a Christian high school. We played basketball together.
Wow.
He became my best friend, best man at my wedding. We've done everything together, including Jevity. Well, it was just him and I in a coffee shop, and a dream to try to make sure, as best as we possibly can, that my story doesn't become other people's story, that people can avoid just the disaster that our family experienced that could have been avoided if my father would have done frequent enough blood work, and if that blood work was looking at the right things.
Right.
So that's what led us to, found Jevity, and we're probably a couple years into it now. We've been live in the market for probably about 6 to 8 months now, so not too long, but man, it just grew like wildfire. People are so bought into the mission, and they understand that we've bought into this reactive sick care system. And I don't want to dismiss that. It's impressive, right? People get sick and they need care, but the incentives are backwards, and we actually need to prioritize preventative and proactive a lot more than we do reactive. But right now, it's just kind of all reactive. That's where Jevity comes in, to try to flip that script.
So let me ask you, we'll get back into that story because I think it's really good, and I think a lot of guys need to hear that. But why did you guys choose to come to AmericaFest as a company? I saw your booth. You got a big booth over here. Why did you come? What is it about your culture and your ethos as a company and personally that said, hey, we align there, or we want to be part of that? It's not just that there are a lot of people in the room, right?
No. By aligning ourselves with Turning Point, of course, we're turning ourselves off to like half the country, it seems like, right? So
probably more.
It's not because the amount of people in the room. It's because we do deeply align with the principles of Turning Point, what Charlie, established here at Turning Point. And look, it's all about the youth, and the youth is going to continue to grow and grow older. And if we can just have a part in ensuring that the youth grows healthy, and that their parents grow healthy, and that we are doing frequent blood work starting right now, and starting to do the right things, that we can actually carry forward the work that Charlie started here at Turning Point by being that sort of health leg, in their life. So yeah, we're Christian conservative founded. I've watched Charlie for goodness, as long as I can remember, just a long time. And we got connected with Turning Point last year, and immediately we started sponsoring their podcasts and getting to know the team, and I was met with just the most gracious, kind, loving people at Turning Point. And
they've been fantastic.
They're just amazing people, and it's how can you not align yourself with people who truly care about not just the health of America, but especially the spiritual health of America.
Right.
And that's how we try to run our company. Yes, physical health is important, right? We lost Vodi Bakum this year. We lost John MacArthur. We need to ensure that we are keeping our shepherds healthy.
Right.
And we lost some pretty big voices, but there's more voices that are coming up that are now just children, and we want to ensure that they have a long, healthy, happy life. We'll do our part in helping them achieve that.
So at Trail Life, and we talked a little bit about this before, Trail Life, our purpose in life, our purpose as a ministry, we're not a parachurch ministry, we're a ministry of each local church that we're in, is to raise the next generation of godly, masculine men. Boys who grow into men who understand what it means to be masculine and godly at the same time. And it's something that you've kind of embraced, and we've kind of said the reason we're here at Turning Point is because Charlie Kirk was kind of that archetype, bold, courageous, right? He was on the front lines. He was willing to put himself in harm's way for what he believed in. And we'll probably never know the depths of how much in harm's way he has been in for years and years. And so hearing that about masculinity, I want to ask you a question. You've got a lot of employees now. Your company's growing incredibly. You're 27 years old. I know your dad passed away kind of at that first grandbaby coming and being married. What has been the challenge? What are the voices that you've heard in that moment, whether they're internal or external from the world, that would have taken you off of your game and your path that you've heard from the world?
Goodness, so much, right? Like, there's just noise from all directions at all times, especially nowadays. On social media, you just turn on social media and you're getting fed nonsense. And we talk about masculinity and youth, and goodness, like, if I had some advice to offer the youth, it would be get off of social media, get out of the basement. And look, we're
out of the basement.
It's true. The truth. We're seeing people. We're seeing young men who come to us and they have testosterone levels of an old man. And the only thing we can attribute this to is that they're not leaving the basement. And what I mean by that is that they're looking for social circles online. They're not going out and talking to people in the real world. They're not going outside. So, your question was, what have been some of the voices that could have thrown me off my game that didn't? I can't think of anyone in particular. Maybe it's too ambitious of a goal. What you're trying to do can't be done. You're going up against big pharma, biotech. You're going up against this legacy medical system that has been established for such a long time and has massive stakeholders. Look, the truth is, as cliche as it sounds, when God calls you to do anything, you've got to do it, and you've got to trust that you can do it.
Right.
And there's nothing that you can't do without God, especially when it's in line with His will. He's calling you to this purpose. And look, I lost my father, but I have so many amazing men around me, and I had to actively go and pursue that because I lost my father. Right. I needed to find men in my life who I can go to, who I can look up to, who I can learn from.
Oh, man.
People who are wise biblically, people who know their scripture, who love God. And I ensure everybody who is speaking into my life is spiritually aligned with myself. I'm a Christian.
We were just talking about this in the last segment, that you have to make the noise around your boy that you want him to hear. You've got to make your message louder than the noise. And it sounds like that's exactly what you've intentionally done. You've said, man, stuff's coming at me from all over. I need to make sure and ensure that all the things speaking into my life align with where I'm going as an individual, who I am as a son of God, all of the things.
Well, this is the reality. We are all going to get pulled into an echo chamber. That's just the reality. We will. I will make sure that echo chamber that I live in is one that is spirit-led, is one that is just, I'm constantly being fed scripture. And if you live your life that way, look, you'll be able to see the fruit. You'll be able to see God work in your life. It's hard, though. I mean, it's an active pursuit. You don't just stumble upon it. It is now more than ever something that young men need to pursue actively.
Oh, man, that's really, really good. Tell me about the struggle. So it sounds like you had a great dad. Sounds like he was kind of the example of what all of us guys who have kids kind of hope to be. I'm sure he had his foibles and all those things. We all do. But it sounds like he showed up to be a great dad to you. Losing him in the moment that you lost him, like, oh, I'm fixing to have a grandbaby, and like, how my example of dad going away. When you said that you are looking for guys to speak into your life when he passed away, was that one of the elements that you were looking for?
Probably subconsciously, okay. If anything. You can't replace your dad. I married into an amazing family. My father-in-law is one of the most wise men that I have ever known, and I thought that before he was my father-in-law, when I just knew him from a distance. He was a wise man. He is a wise man. I'm not going to be able to replace my father, but I am able to augment the wisdom or the life that my father would have spoken into my life by ensuring that I surround myself with like-minded men. And also, the beautiful thing about it is the men in my life who I chose to surround myself with, they wanted to step up, right? I'm still young, but I was obviously younger at that time, and I had a thriving business, and so I was already kind of surrounded by older men who I was seeking, business wisdom from, but also that were spiritually aligned. And they stepped up in a way that I didn't ask them to, that they felt called to, and man, I have so many people to thank for just what has happened in my life. People ask me all the time, when did you decide that you were going to go on this journey or become an entrepreneur or a founder? I never decided. First of all, God decided this. I never decided. There was never this, I'm going to do this. Life brought me here. We are here because life brought us here. And life will bring you to places. God will bring you to places so long that you ensure that you're putting him above everything else. And that is just, it's easier to say it, it's harder to live it, but if you do live it, you will see it so clearly within your life.
Wow, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you sharing your testimony with us of the last few years of your life, because you overcome the world by the power of your testimony, right? And by the blood of the Lamb. And so I want to take you back to the day that Charlie was shot. And I had to do a small group that evening, and I was wrecked. I mean, I was at home. I was just wrecked, and I was like, babe, I don't know if I can go do this small group. We're going to throw away the playbook, and we're just going to chat through it. And one of the things that came out in the conversation that I brought it up, but all the guys in the small group, it's a men's small group, kind of latched onto and we talked about for 30, 45 minutes at least in that small group was, what does it mean to be a man that steps in fully to what God's called him to? And for each of us, it's different what that looks like. And I want to tell you really quick, and I hope this isn't awkward for you. I really don't care. I like awkward, so it's all right. Man, it's cool to see another young guy, 27 years old, who is fully stepping in to being who God called him to be and embracing that. And so I just want to say thank you for sharing your testimony. And I want to encourage everybody that's out there. This is a great testimony for everybody to kind of listen to, even through the midst of turmoil and struggle that life throws at all of us, right? You can step in fully who God called you to be. And that's what I thought about Charlie Kirk. Here's a guy who God is obviously pouring out his blessing on. And it's not just about the blessing of God, but God's pouring out his blessing. He's having a tremendous impact. And that's because I think, and I feel this way about you too. I feel that when Charlie Kirk pulled his feet off the side of the bed and set them on the floor each and every morning, he knew who he was and what mission he was supposed to be on. And that's what I ask for all of our guys in our small group.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, the truth is, it is a harder life. It's not going to be easy. It would be so much easier if you just gave in. But it is so much more fulfilling. And I do hope that there are young men listening and that they are inspired, but not inspired by any business success. Inspired by the fact that I am going against the world in a very big way. I'm going up against a major institution in a very big way. I cannot do that by my own power. I mean, I would fail miserably, and I fail every day miserably, but the only reason why we're still around, the only reason why I'm here right now is because of the grace of God. And when Charlie got shot, we were at the office, and I got the news, and it wrecked me too. It was, we just came off of, I believe, MacArthur had passed, and like another amazing voice for the kingdom now taken from us in the most horrific way. I told everybody, go home, go be with your family, go love on your children, and just spend some time alone with God, because this doesn't feel like a political attack. This feels like a spiritual attack.
Absolutely.
So that'll be a moment that, goodness, I'll never forget.
All right, 60 seconds. Your message to young men. Anything you want to say?
60 seconds, my message to young men. Read your Bible every single day. Even when you don't want to, even if it starts feeling like it's a routine, read your Bible every single day. It'll pull you into a deep, real relationship with our Creator. And also, it'll pull you into a fulfilling prayer life. Prayer is, it's foundational, of course, to our belief system and our relationship with our Creator, but it is so empowered when you're able to recite God's Word in it, when you're able to have conversation with your Creator and use the Bible to do so. It's just deeper. At least that's my experience. So read your Bible every single day, pray, and do not trust the noise of the world. You are going to be actively pulled.
Say that way.
Do not trust the noise of the world. You're going to actively be pursued by outside voices trying to pull you into their worldview, their echo chamber, their opinions, their conspiracy, whatever. It's going to happen. It's a sure thing. The best thing you can do is opt out of all of it and open your Bible instead. I promise you, the truth will reveal itself if you just are aligned with the Word of God. It's that simple, but it's quite hard, and you have to actively pursue life this way.
Now, how do people connect with you, connect with your company, and what is the product that they would be getting?
Yeah, so my company is Gevity, Geviti. It's an I at the end, not a Y. So gogevity.com. And, I lost my dad because he didn't do blood work frequently enough. And honestly, the blood work that his doctor would have given him wouldn't have had the marker that would have ultimately led him to catch his cancer early enough. So what we offer is routine blood work. Every 6 months, we'll come to your house or your office or wherever you are, and we'll draw your blood. But it won't stop there. We'll use AI to interpret all of it, and we'll build an action plan. Okay, we have these reference ranges in the clinical space, but they're so broad. Within that reference range, there's an optimal state. And our goal is quite simple. Let's ensure that each biomarker that we look at, which is over 100 biomarkers, 5 times more than what the primary care physician is looking at with their full panel, each biomarker is in that optimal state. So we build a plan to ensure that happens.
All right, I'm in.
Come by the booth.
I'm in. I'm coming by the booth.
Yeah.
And because I did this interview, I'm getting my first blood work for free, right? No, I'm messing with you.
We'll make something happen. Come by the booth.
No. I'm just messing. Man, I can't thank you enough for being here. I think your testimony was absolutely incredible. I appreciate it. Gevity, give me the call sign again. Yep,
Geviti. You can go to GoGevity, GoGeviti.com, and follow me on social media, Nate Graville. Follow us on social media at GoGevity. I try my hardest to speak to young people and let them know that they can, so long that they trust that they can and trust the God that would allow them to do. So, yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
You bet. And I think they're going to go to break now.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
Christ is their hero, not us so much, but that we point them to Christ and that they can go off and raise the next generation.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
Hey everyone, I'm Hudson Wild, and today we're out here in a snowy wilderness. I'm going to be teaching you guys a little bit about layering up in the cold. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. I've been up here in the snowy wilderness for a little over 2 weeks now, learning a lot about the cold weather, the snow, hiking around, seeing some amazing mountain views, and I've learned quite a bit about how to work in the snow in the cold environment. So I can't wait to talk to you guys a little bit about the importance of layering up. Layering up and having the correct cold weather gear can really mean the difference between life and death. It's so easy to get hypothermia, so staying warm is vital to hiking out in the snow. So I'm going to walk you guys through a little bit of what I'm wearing right now. Let's start with my boots and then go up. These boots are insulated boots. They're waterproof and they go about halfway up my leg. They've been keeping my feet warm, keeping the snow from getting down into my socks. They've been great. So it's really important to have good snow boots for plugging around in the snow. And then second, underneath my boots, I have wool socks. is so important to keep your toes and your feet warm when you're out in the snow. So I have my socks on, then underneath my snow pants, I have long johns, or like long underwear, and they're thermal, so they keep my legs nice and warm. Over my thermal underwear, my long johns, I have these snow pants. These things are great. They're waterproof, so I can sit in the snow right now. I don't even feel it. I'm staying nice and dry. The snow, once it melts, the water can't get inside. So let's check out what I'm wearing on top. Lots of layers here, lots to unzip. All right, so this is my base layer. It's a nice wool base layer. Man, it keeps me warm, but it's also very breathable. Over that, it's super important to have your secondary layer. And this can be, it can be a fleece, or what I have right now is a down layer. So your second layer is super important to have on. It just keeps the base layer nice and warm, keeps you nice and dry. And then your final layer is called the shell. And this is a giant ski jacket. And so it prevents the wind from getting through. It keeps me super toasty. So I have all these layers on, and then I also have my gloves, which keep my hands warm. These are vital. Man, if your toes or hands get cold, man, it's really hard to warm up. So I have my gloves and then my beanie. And 20% of the heat comes out through your head. So having a beanie on keeps me nice and toasty is actually essential because my ears get cold really easily. So there you have it. I have all these layers on, and it's for the purpose of keeping me nice and warm. So as I'm walking, I've actually just heated up quite a bit. My base layers keep me warm. My other two layers are actually just excess. I'm heating up, I'm starting to sweat. And the danger of sweating when you're out in the cold is that once you stop, that sweat is moist. It's gonna really cool you down, and all of a sudden you're gonna be freezing. So, trail hack, what you do is when you start to sweat on the trail, all you have to do is unzip a layer. Now I'm ready to keep going. I'm actually cooling down and feeling good. What you don't want to do is cause a sweat. And so sometimes you even have to take off like that, let your shoulders kind of be revealed, and oh, it actually feels really good right now. I'm cooling down. If you're really hot and you can't cool down, take your beanie off. Again, 20% of your body heat will come through your head. So as soon as you take your beanie off, all of a sudden, you cool down right away, you're good to go. Again, what you don't want to happen is to start to sweat, because then that sweat is going to make all my layers moist and wet. And so I'm going to be hiking, I'm going to be feeling hot but feeling fine. As soon as I stop to take a break or set up camp, all of a sudden my body isn't creating all that heat, it's not staying warm. And so the sweat caused me to instantly cool down. And all of a sudden I'm too cold, I'm getting hypothermia. Well, you don't want that to happen. So zip down layer by layer until you feel nice and comfortable on the trail, and then keep walking. And as soon as you stop, I've had my breather right now, I'm actually starting to get a little bit chilly. All you have to do is cover back up again. Zip up one layer, zip up the second layer if you're cold, you stay warm. And so it's a constant battle to just regulate your body temperature. If you're getting hot, zip down, pull off a layer. If you're starting to get cold, zip that layer right back up. Stay warm, but don't overheat. Thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed this video and learned a little bit, like or subscribe below. And if you're interested in Trail Life USA and how to become a member or part of a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers, myself and my brothers, and more of our adventures, go to wildbrothersproductions.com.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
It's helped me with the importance of leadership, because I mean, before Trail Life, I literally did nothing.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
I've got one of my young trailmen, he was struggling a lot, and he is crawling up rocks. The entire time, we're having some great conversations about his relationship with God, and we're still teaching him skills that he can use in life. He gets out there and he's just so awed by God's creation that at the end of it, he's like, I can't believe that I did that. And we just sat there and we prayed and we thanked God.
I like how you go camping and swimming.
There's a lot of leadership involved. You get to get a lot of good experience.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in Trail Life, everyone's so accepting of you, and you never feel out of place here. I never felt out of place, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be, and show me where my life is going.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot. You know, I loved him and everything, but we weren't on the best of terms. And my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go. So he asked off for work and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer and closer. He's moved from just being my dad, being very close to me. Even when he's away, we talk every day, and he calls us and prays with us at night. It's just brought our whole family together closer.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about Trail Life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is.
We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here. Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're going to be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're going to set up camp, which means doing three things. We're going to set up a shelter, find some food, and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, guys, well, we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when you get the fire going.
Sounds
so
good.
I'm thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Now, when you're securing the line to a tree like this, it's important to make the top rope a little bit higher than your head. The shorter it is, the less space you're gonna have inside. Now, the next step is really just to secure the 4 corners. The wind's actually picking up, and I think a storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us. But God's gonna take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later.
All right, I'm Kelly Love. I'm back at the Trail Life Radio Row booth here at AmericaFest, and thank you guys for joining us today out there on in the cyberspace. This is probably one of my most excited interviews I'm getting to do today. I was working an event in where were we? The homeschool in Denver, right?
Colorado Home Educators of Colorado Conference.
Let me do my introduction.
Yep.
Colorado Homeschool. Matthew Scott Miller was there. He's a Freedom Rangeman, everyone, so he's completed the Trail Life program all the way to Freedom Rangeman. Absolutely incredible young man. And I was sitting there thinking about who was going to do my introduction for my talks. And I said, who better to have on stage and do that introduction than this guy? And man, I'm telling you what, I'm so impressed by you. You have an incredible family.
Appreciate it.
That you come from. And so tell us about your journey through Trail Life, when you got started, that whole thing, and then we'll transition into what you plan on doing with your life.
Yeah. So I started Trail Life when I was 7. Started as a hawk right around 2014 timeframe, so right around the same time that Trail Life was starting up. My parents were looking for a scouting organization. They saw scouts, and they're like, oh, wait, I don't really like where they're going. And then Trail Life popped up in one of their search results, and they're like, oh, let's take a look at this. 6 months down the road, we started on troop. I went through the program down in Texas for a couple of years. We moved out to Colorado. I started Navigators and Ventures out here in Colorado. Worked my way through, earned my freedom, and it was a really cool time of just getting to know guys who are my age and just getting to go have fun on campouts. Like that was the fun part for me. It was like, I get this is my older brothers. Like these are my older brothers now. These are my little brothers. And as I got older and the older guys started to age out, it was okay. Now I'm the older brother. These are my little brothers. And then when I got to the point of like, oh, I'm aging out, now it's like, okay, shoot, where am I going to go? Like, what am I going to do? And so we kind of got to that point of like, let's just make this somewhere like the rest of these guys can enjoy it and have fun. And so spent a year as first officer, just kind of poured into the troop, helping bring up a couple of other officers who were going to be great guys. CJ actually did an amazing job. He was my second officer during my time as a first officer.
Shout out CJ.
Yeah, we love CJ. CJ did an amazing job. Gabe's this year's first officer. All of them are just amazing guys.
Shout out Gabe. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. So, I already said that you were an impressive young man. But what makes you impressive, I think, is the heart. I mean, you're well spoken, but the heart in which you serve your troop, I could see that, how you served in the booth.
Appreciate that.
What are the core values, the core lessons that Trail Life brought into your life?
Into my life in general, how to relate to people that I don't really know well. I wasn't super close to the guys in my troop for a long time. There were a couple of guys who I was pretty close to. We had, but then one of my best friends moved away the year that I started Navigators. The year I started Navigators, second year I started of Navigators, my best friend moved away, and it was kind of like, oh, well, I don't really know anybody else.
Right.
It's kind of how it felt. And so we got to hang out. I got to start hanging out with these other guys, and we're from all different backgrounds, all different denominations. Our troop was kind of a mix and match of denominations and people and just types of people. And so we got to hang out with these guys who I didn't really know, and then just relating to them. Another lesson it taught me, especially as a leader, as a first officer, I was able to learn there are two things that kind of got me through that year, and it's delegation and communication. Communicate clearly the first time, and do your best to make sure that everybody understands it, and then delegate as much as you can, and then take over the spots that you need to.
Fantastic.
I learned delegation the hard way. First camp out, and we get out there, and we're setting camp up, and I'm like, I can't do all this by myself. Help. And my patrol leader stepped in. They did an amazing job just kind of filling in and helping me out where I needed help. And so that was kind of like, okay, what can I help with? And then so they're kind of asking me to delegate things to them. And then it just kind of flowed. It flowed really well after that. And then just telling them, okay, this is how I need you to do it. And that was the communication side of things.
Fantastic, fantastic. So trail life's about adventure, character, and leadership. So I want to touch on all three of those, okay?
Yeah.
Adventure. What's the coolest thing you did you've done in trail life?
Trail life got me into airsoft. That was kind of the big one for me. We had a camp out. It's my second year of Navigators. We had a camp out where we just went out and shot. We were shooting airsoft guns, bows and arrows, rifles. We had a 22 range set up. I mean, that was the most fun I've had in a camp out.
So
ever.
Are you an airsoft mercenary now?
I got a tooth shot out and retired very quickly thereafter. That was in August, actually.
Really?
So I got a tooth shot out in August and got that fixed pretty quick thereafter. But it's always been something that's like, that was a lot of fun we had. And so me and my guys started setting up all these airsoft events after that. It was like, all right, let's go spend as much money as we can to get all this stupid gear. And we're like, we loved every second of it. And then we realized, shoot, this is a lot of money. So that was definitely one of the adventure side. But we had a bunch of backpacking trips that were just a ton of fun. Just getting to know the guys and hanging out. We're just walking for hours. So like the only thing you had to do was talk and sing. So
oh, wow.
It was a good time.
Now you had one adventure that you were telling us about that was pretty... I don't want to call it sketch.
It wasn't so much sketch as it was just kind of stupid.
Okay.
We left, so 3-day backpacking trip out in the Flat Tops, Colorado, Weminuche Wilderness. Day 3, we were supposed to start onto the trail, get on the trail. We wanted to get out 7 to 7:30. We wound up not leaving until 8:39. So we had about a 2-hour delay. We had another couple of delays over the course of the day, for one for a lunch break. We had one guy who forgot some gear, so remembered it after a mile later. So we had a couple of guys who ran back down the trail, picked it up, came back, caught up with the group. That set us back about another hour and a half. By the time we got up to the top of this ridge, so we had a 10-mile day planned out. By the time we got to mile 6, we were at 11,000 feet elevation, no tree coverage whatsoever. We were seeing storm clouds roll in. I said, guys, get your rain gear out. I don't care if it's not going to rain. You get your rain gear out and you get all of it on, because we're not stopping when this hits. And sure enough, within an hour, we started hearing lightning. So we're on this open ridge, and you're hearing lightning, you're hearing thunder. You can't see it, so as long as you couldn't see it, we knew we were okay. And then it started raining, and it was cold. Really cold, and then we got about another 100 feet, and it started hailing. And so we're sitting here like, shoot, guys, what do we do? By the time it was all said and done, we're sitting here curled up in a circle with our backpacks pulled over our heads, bent double to protect ourselves from this hail.
Oh, wow.
We sat like that for about 20 or 30 minutes. It stopped hailing. We started walking, and then we started picking up the pace. We booked it the last 8 miles we had. So that was our day 3. It was supposed to be a 4-day trip. Day 4 is supposed to be a couple of super easy miles. Sweet, we'll just get through that. Well, we get to the end of this, and it is like we're soaking wet. We get to the campsite that we would have been at. We're like, nope, there's mosquitoes everywhere. So we're almost on a light
Let's
jog.
Go home.
We're
Let's
almost
go
on
home.
a light jog to finish that day out. It was definitely interesting, and I definitely know that it pushed me as a leader. I was one of the leaders on the trip, and we're just sitting here like, shoot, this is wet, cold, and awful. And I mean, we put the gas on and got home. We're like, all right, let's just go home, guys.
But that's going to be the adventure that you remember the rest of your life.
But I mean, I loved, it was awful in the moment. But I remember thinking back on this and being like that pushed me, that stretched me, and I know there's not much that I can't handle anymore after that one.
That's right.
And there's still bad days. There's still days where it's like I don't want to do this, but it's like you think back on that and it's like, oh, I've done things that I know I can push through now. And so
you beat me to the punch.
To.
You beat me to the punch. I was going to ask, how did that adventure prepare you for life?
Yeah, I would just say showing me I can do hard things. And if you have the right attitude and the right mental space, you can do anything you want to, anything you put yourself to.
So Matt, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. You just aged out of trail life, right? About to head to the military, do something in the military. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I'm finishing up my senior year of high school. I started homeschooling late. We got into school a little bit late. But I am finishing up my senior year of high school. We're looking at Calc 2 and a couple of other engineering classes this semester, dual enrolled. But my hope after college is to go after high school is to go Naval Academy. I'm a candidate with a nomination right now. And so we're just hoping and praying that that's God's plan and that we get the appointment. If not, we're looking any route for college and going Marine Corps.
So Naval Academy. So if you had the perfect plan was to come together.
Perfect plan comes together. I'm at the Naval Academy for 4 years, and we graduate Naval Academy. If that doesn't come together, Merchant Marine Academy is my second choice.
Specializing in what?
Specializing in my degrees choices would be engineering, mechanical or electrical. If I go to the Merchant Marine Academy, we're talking marine engineering.
Okay.
So it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited.
That's awesome.
It's all kind of unfolding now. Where I get back and I do my Air Force Academy interview on Monday, and then
really?
and then I'm starting scheduling for my medical boards here in the next week or so.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah,
fantastic. So that was adventure, and adventure. All the adventures that you've been on has allowed you don't let me put words in your mouth, but
yeah,
has allowed you to say I can do hard things.
Yeah. 100%.
There's an absence of guys your age, you're 18, who have the ability to say that to themselves. I can do hard things. How do you see that in your age group, in your demographic right now?
I would say, so like my friend group at school, we're all pretty tight knit guys. But we're the kind of guys who so all my guy friends are they like going out and doing, they're gymnasts. One of my friends is a ninja, American Ninja Warrior kind of guy.
Oh, wow.
I have one friend who's a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. So I mean, they're all guys where it's we're all pushing each other to do the next hardest thing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, come on, you can do it. You can do that number 3 at the rock climbing gym. You can do the number 4, or you can hit that flip. Let's see what happens. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna make sure that nobody gets hurt, but we're gonna have a fun time. I think there hasn't been a day where we haven't come out with a scrape or a bruise or something. But it's we push each other, and we're always pushing each other to do the next hardest thing, and we love that. That's what we call fun. But I have seen some guys where it's yeah, I'm just gonna sit back, chill out, and there are days where I understand that. I understand where it's okay, yeah, I just want to chill out, I just want to hang out. But there's other days where it's come on, you gotta get out, you gotta do something. You have to go have some fun, get some adrenaline going.
Yeah, so moms, if you're out there and you're man, that adventure stuff, I just want to tell you, your son has an adventure-shaped hole in his life that God put there for him to fill with adventure. And so Trail Life is adventure, character, and leadership. I want to talk about the character element for a little bit. Tell me a story of your Trail Life experience that really taught you character, and everything's so intertwined, so it's hard maybe to isolate those things. Yeah. But you're sharp enough to do it.
I'd say, for character specifically, just being around men of godly men, just having men in my life who cared about me and who wanted me to grow, who wanted to push me, who wanted to bring me up in the way that I should go. My mentor last year, Brian Merritt, Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force, he was the troop master for a couple of years for our troop, and he was the troop master while I was first officer. And he was one of the most amazing men, just developing me. He was always pushing me. He was always saying, hey, how can you do that better? How could you have done that better? How are you planning to tackle this next obstacle? And then he would ask, and we just had some amazing conversations about, what do you believe? Why do you believe that?
Oh, wow.
And that's something that, I've always preached about Trail Life is, it's always given me guys outside of my own dad who, and I love my dad. My dad is the one who's pushed me my entire life.
Yeah, he's awesome.
To be the best that I can be and to push myself. But also understand that, I don't have to be the best. And so at the same time, though, it's been nice to have other gentlemen who can come into me and pour into me and pour their experience, their life experience, and their, what they believe, and just help me grow. I would say Brian did some amazing things for me. He pushed me, stretched me as a leader, but he also pushed me and stretched me in the ways that I came about my faith, the ways that I came to my faith, and just the ways that I think about what I believe. I'd say that the big side of the character development side of Trail Life is you're being respectful. You learn to respect the guys as a leader. You learn to respect the guys who are listening to you and the guys who are following you, and then the guys who are still ahead of you, and the adult mentors in the group. And then on top of that, it is you work with everyone. That was something that was always pushed into us at Trail Life was you're working with the whole group. You're in a patrol for a reason. The patrol's got to pull their weight.
Oh, man.
So that's always something that I've really appreciated is the group of guys that I was around. I can't go back to one thing that was that was something that really helped my character, but there's a culmination of so many people and so many events over the course of 11 years that kind of pushed me to be who I am today.
So this is kind of cool. We're going to act like I'm the naval recruiter. So imagine me being a little skinnier, a little taller, and high and tight instead of a bald head. And I'm going to be the naval recruiter. By the way, cool story. The new admiral, brigadier admiral for the Navy, has 5 kids in homeschool. So he's been at a lot of homeschool conferences.
Awesome.
He was here in Phoenix at the homeschool conference in Phoenix in this building.
Oh, that's awesome.
Got to have dinner with him and some of his crew. And so he's going to know this. He's going to be able to identify. And so you may actually get this question.
I already did my naval interview. So let's see if it's something that came up.
Well, we'll see. So what did trail life teach you in terms of leadership that you now are going to apply in the Navy?
Communication and delegation were the big 2. I kind of already talked about those. But I would say like the biggest thing was just how to relate with people. When you're a leader, there's a certain disconnect. There's a disconnect from a leader to a follower, especially when that leader is put into the position over the follower. And so when you have somebody who's a leader who's just been assigned that role, it's kind of hard for somebody to come up underneath them and follow them if they have no clue who this person is. And so in order to be a good leader, I've kind of realized like you have to know your team. You have to know your team, and you have to know them well enough to say, hey, will you follow me? And then say, hey, I'm willing to do anything I can to help you.
Wow.
And so my time
Everybody, this guy is 18 years old. I like he's spitting John Maxwell level leadership knowledge here. And I just want everybody to catch that. You're 18 years old, you've been through Trail Life program, and you're spitting pearls
I appreciate that.
Of wisdom when it comes to leadership. So continue. I cut you off, but I had to say that.
I would say, but like just kind of like getting to know your team, because your team's not going to follow you if they don't trust you. I've never had a team that would follow a leader if they didn't trust the leader. And so always working to be the leader that your team wants to follow, and getting to know the guys, getting them to, like helping them realize like, hey, I'm just a normal guy. I'm a 16-year-old kid. Like, I don't want to go do 16-year-old kid things. Like,
right.
And then going and doing those things with them. But then on top of that, also being the mature enough one to say, okay, guys, stop. Like, this is I don't want to get anybody to get hurt. Like, we need to take this back a notch. Or being able to say, if they ask something, like they ask a question like, hey, can we try jumping off this tree? Sure. Okay, let's not do that anymore. But like just being willing to get out there and get yourself out on the limb, but for your team though. Taking the hit for your team, being like, okay, I'm sorry guys, I messed up.
Right.
Being able to admit your mistakes, and then also being able to say, okay, the team didn't do so hot or failed in this area, and saying, how can I affect that? How can I fix that? So, yeah, I'd say that's one of the big things is just like relating to your team and working with your team.
All right, fantastic. So, 60 seconds. Any message you want to give? Hold on. I didn't say start. So
I know. I was waiting. You're still saying something.
60 seconds of anything you want to say to either a trailman, a young trailman, or someone who's like they're going to watch this and they're going to like, Mom, I want to do this, and they're going to be a future trailman.
Yeah. I'd say to anybody who is currently a trailman, work to get your freedom. It is so under-recognized right now. It is something that is going to be so amazing to have in your resume. But on top of that, it teaches you a lot of things about yourself, and it teaches you a lot of things about leadership. I learned delegation and communication. I was taught very, very heartily during my Freedom Project. But then for people who are considering the program, like take a shot at it, take a swing, show up to a meeting, and just listen to the adults in the room and the guys in the room. Get to know the people there. Trail Life, the thing that Trail Life has really given me has been a group of guys who I know I can trust and who I know I would give my life for.
Awesome.
And always having that group. So I would just say, if you're considering it, give it a shot, show up to a meeting, find a troop near you. If you're anybody else, you're already in the program, go for freedom. It's so worth it. And I know it's hard. I cried several times because of how stressed out I was trying to finish my project, but it was so worth it every step of the way.
Dude, fantastic. So 60 seconds. Any message that you want to give the world? Most important thing that you would want to leave the world with?
That one's a little bit harder. I'd say look to the guys that you respect. Look to the men and women in your life that you respect. Find people that can mentor you. Find people who can push you. Find people who can stretch you, because those are the people who are going to open up opportunities in your life. I met Kelly at a conference over summer. I never expected to be sitting at this booth at AmericaFest 6 months later. I've met people. One of my trail life leaders was Lieutenant Colonel of the Marines, looking to put on Colonel, and he has pushed me in so many ways. He's actually one of the main guys who influenced me to join the Marines after high school. I just say find the mentors in your life and pursue that relationship, because above all, like if you can find yourself a godly mentor who actually cares and who really wants to grow you as a young man or young woman or as a person, you will find yourself in a better place in life than you were before.
Awesome. 60 seconds. No tears. Say something to mom and dad.
Oh, geez.
You can cry.
Mom, dad.
It makes for good audience participation.
I will say to my mom and my dad, thank you so much for the opportunities that y'all have opened up for me. I could not be here without my mom and my dad. I could not be a candidate in Naval Academy without my mom and dad. I could not have earned my freedom without my mom and my dad. I just want to say thank y'all so much. Love y'all, and can't wait to see y'all Sunday night.
Freedom Rangeman, Matt Scott Miller, everyone.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. 5-4.
As trailmen, you guys are going to find yourselves out in the wild quite a bit of the time. And so it's really important that you guys know a couple of the basic and efficient methods of finding food. So today my brothers and I are going to walk you through a couple of those methods. And by the end, you guys should have a really good understanding of how to kind of improv, catch some food if you're ever in a survival situation. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. We're all out here and we're all gonna try to catch food in a different way. So Morgan and Hudson, they went into the woods. Morgan's gonna be making some homemade snares. Hudson's gonna show you guys how to make a slingshot. And I'm still here on the beach, and I'm gonna try to catch some fish, but I didn't bring a fish hook with me. So I'm gonna have to jerry-rig some fish hooks based on what's around me. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be a challenge. Let's see if I can do it. Already seeing some junk, which is unfortunate because it's plastic and stuff. I'm gonna take this back with me though and throw it away when I get back home, because this is just junk and it's here on the beach. So, what I'm really looking for is something sharp, probably metal, something that I can use to make a fish hook out of. So let's just kind of stroll the beach here and see what we find. I'm just wading through the tall grass here. Sometimes trash gets caught in between the reeds. Gotta be careful because they're super pokey. Okay, here we go. Yep, I found something. Oh my goodness, guys, this is perfect. This is just what I was looking for. All right, all I need is the tab. So I'm gonna take this off. And then I'm just gonna take the rest of this and throw it away with the other stuff. This is what we're after though, perfect. All right, I found some shade. It's always nice to get out of the sun when you're working. And I have my my fishing pliers here, and so now I'm gonna show you guys how to turn this into a world-class hook. Basically, I'm gonna make a cut right down here, which is gonna be the tip of the hook. And then the hook is gonna circle like a normal hook all the way up to around here. And then I'm gonna cut this part off right here, and that's where we're gonna tie the rope on. And then bring the pliers in, and I'm gonna cut it right there. There we go. So even from that one cut, it's amazing how much it looks like a hook now. And that little barb right there is kind of like the barb on a normal hook, and that's what's gonna get caught in the fish's mouth. Next, I'm gonna make a cut right there. There we go, cut 2. So you guys should be able to see the hook forming now. Now I just need to take out this middle part, and we'll be almost done. It's pretty cool because technically speaking, this is just a little piece of trash that we found on the beach. But man, in the right hands, you can mold it into something that's actually really useful and can serve a really great purpose. And to me, that's such a cool reminder of what Christ does in our lives, because, man, we're sinners, guys, and we don't bring anything to the table. Christ says, apart from me, you can't do nothing. And that's so true, guys. We're hopeless without the Lord. But he takes us in our broken state, and in his hands, he can mold us, sanctify us, and cause us to be beautiful in his sight, to look like Christ. And then we can be used for his great purposes, for awesome things, right? And so that's cool. And so even little fish hook like this can remind us of a cooler purpose and how God uses us for his mission. So there we have it, guys. One bottle cap hook made off of a strap of trash on the beach, and it's nice and sharp. That can easily pierce a fish's mouth. That's pretty cool. So I made my hook, and now I just have to find some bait and go ahead and start fishing. Guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, or becoming part of a troop, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers and some of our adventures, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks for watching, guys. See ya.
One of the greatest things that Trail Life has also brought to our church is the development of men. Hi, my name is Brad Dotson, and I wanted to talk to you about what Trail Life has meant to myself, my community, my family, and to our church here at Nashville, Ohio. In our culture, we want to be involved in things. We want our kids to experience things. We as an adults want to experience things, but yet we also struggle with owning responsibility of those things. And what Trail Life does, it gives an opportunity for men to grow up. We have experienced our boys becoming from just attenders to becoming leaders. At the same time, we have a brotherhood amongst the men within our church that is irreplaceable. It's just a great adventure that has started with Trail Life and built upon the ministries here at the church. We had a man come to our local fair, and he went to the fair just expecting to get some popcorn, a funnel cake, hang out with his family, see the animals. He didn't know that that trip to the fair was going to change the direction of his life and his family's life. He met us at our booth, and we just had like a simple knot tying area. We invited them to our open house, and it began a journey where he surrendered his life to Christ. And just this last week, he was helping out with a Trail Life event. And during that event, I expressed my love for him and his family and just my appreciation. And he's like, man, I would do anything for the man in the ministry that changed the direction of our family. As a minister, sometimes you're always like, do I really make an impact? Am I impacting people's lives? And in Trail Life, it has definitely been a measurable moment for us to be able to see God move and see results in people's lives, in our boys' lives, and in our community.
Today, Asher and I are on our cross-country skis going on an adventure, and we're going to be talking about how to stay hydrated out in the cold, because we're surrounded by water if you just know how to use it. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Ash and I are out on an adventure, cross-country skiing. We're heading that way into the mountains. So much fun, but I'm still getting the hang of it. When you're out in the snow, it's really easy to get dehydrated because it's so cold out and your body's cold and you don't feel thirsty. But man, your body's still using up all that liquid, and so it's really easy to get dehydrated. But actually, man, we're surrounded by water if we just know how to use it. So today, I'm going to be showing you guys how to use snow as a water source so you can keep yourself hydrated on adventures out in the cold. So here we have some amazing water that has been frozen into snow. But you don't want to just eat it like this. It's fine if you're just around the house having fun eating snow, but this is actually going to cool off your body temperature on the inside, and it's going to make your body work really hard to try to warm you up again. And so when you're out on an adventure, that's the last thing you want to do because hypothermia can set in. So you want to try to melt the snow. And an easy way to do that is just to fill your water bottle full of snow and stick it somewhere close to your body. This isn't fresh snow, and so there's a kind of layer of debris on the top of it. It's kind of dirty. I don't want to drink that. So I'm going to dig down until I find some clean white snow, and that's what I'm going to use to put my water bottle. I grew up in Southeast Asia, right on the equator, where there is zero snow. And so I've just been amazed up here in this winter wonderland to see how beautiful and white and pure it is. And it's amazing because the scriptures talks about snow and uses it as an image to talk about something that's just pure and white and untouched and sinless. But as people, man, we know that we're the opposite of that. We're sinful and we do wrong things, and in God's sight, man, we're soiled. But the great hope of the gospel is that Christ has made a way for us to become clean again. And through his sacrifice on the cross, it's like he took the punishment we deserve and he paid the debt that we have against God. And so for those who believe in Christ and trust in him, he makes them white as snow again. And it's like he washes them from all their sins and all the wrong things that they've done until they're just like this beautiful snow again. And so it's a cool reminder whenever we see snow to think about what Christ has done for people to be made clean again. All right, that's about enough snow. My water bottle's filled up. Now I'm gonna stick this next to my body, and hopefully in about a half hour of hard work, if my body's heating up, it'll turn the snow into nice, cool water. Here we go. Whew. Guys, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like and subscribe below. And if you're interested in joining a Trail Life troop, head over to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in seeing more adventures of my brothers and I, go over to wildbrothersproductions.com.
Hey guys, I'm Master Wild, and today, we're here at the Ark Encounter, and today we're going to show you guys something special. I'm here with Mr. Steven and Mr. Kent, and we're going to show you guys how to make a simple piece of twine like this and how to turn it into a rope that will not easily be broken. You guys are watching Trail Hats. All right, so for starters, Mr. Steven, why don't you kind of just run us through what we're doing here and what this machine is right here?
Yeah, well, this is our rope making machine, and we're going to use this, like you said, to take this piece of tiny twine that really isn't strong at all and make it into a rope that we could use for great purposes. All right, so our first step is we're going to take this piece of twine and tie it to our machine. And so to do that, we're going to make 2 half hitches. So I'm going to take this X, and I'm going to tuck it through the loop, and I'm going to pull. So we've made 1 hitch, and then we're going to make our second half hitch. We're going to make an X again, and tuck it through the loop, and pull. And so the next thing I need is Mr. Kent. I'm going to need you to hold the handle down here. Right. And we have to decide how long we're going to make the rope. So how far do you guys think we should go?
It's a good question. Depends on what we're going to use it for. I'd say about 4 or 5 feet would be good.
About 4 or 5 feet. So you guys like where Mr. Kent is right there then?
That sounds perfect.
Okay. We have to keep even numbers, so we're going to be multiples of 2. We need 2 for each one, so we can make this with 6. We can make it with 12. We can make it with 18, right? We can make 24. And the more strands we weave in, the stronger this rope is going to be. You guys help me count here.
All right, 4, 6, 8.
And we're going to end right here. And we're going to end with the same knot that we began with. A lot of rope on this machine right now. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take our needle and we're going to place this on the rope, and this is going to keep our strands separated. When you got it, Morgan?
Got it.
So I want to start cranking this handle. We've got to crank it clockwise.
Okay.
We're going to see what starts to happen here. We set a cord of 3 strands, right?
Yes, sir.
And we began with 18. Now if this gets hard, you can take your other hand and push on that.
All right.
And it'll help you keep it moving evenly. And how many strands does it look like now?
3, absolutely.
We're pretty clearly getting to 3 strands. You know, one of the verses I really like to talk about as we make rope is Isaiah 40:31. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not grow weary. They shall walk and not faint.
I just read that the other day, actually, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite verses, actually. And one of the things I love about that verse is the Hebrew word for wait is to braid or to twist.
Really?
So if we want to get stronger, what do we need to do?
Probably start working out. I don't know, do something hard, you know?
You don't get stronger by sitting on the couch, do you?
Absolutely not.
And in Hebrew, this idea of waiting on the Lord isn't a passive idea, it's active. And so a lot of times in life, stress happens and things get difficult. And you know, we're adding stress to this rope right now as we twist it. And as we add this stress, we're actually making the rope stronger. And so we watch this stress come and we say, Lord, what are you doing? I don't understand. Things are difficult. Things don't make sense. But you know, the Lord says that He works all things together for our good. And so we've seen this stress and we've really strengthened this rope. And now the time has come to see what's been happening with all this. So I'm ready. Morgan, go ahead and move that needle forward. And let's see what's been happening here. Go ahead. And so we begin to see what God's purpose has been all along. And we see the purpose here with all the stress and the strain we've been putting on this rope. It's pretty incredible. And you know, right now, if we stopped and we took this rope off the machine, what do you think would happen?
Should it fall apart and unravel?
So it absolutely would. Now, I don't happen to have any wax here. Mr. Kent didn't bring wax along. I'm going to blame this on him. But what I can do is I can whip this rope. So I'm going to take this one single strand of rope, fold it in half, and I'm laying this on top of my rope. All right, so I have a loop on this end, and I have a tail on this end, and then I have a really long tail on this end. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin to wrap this rope around the bigger rope, and this is called whipping. And what we're going to do is we are going to bind these strands together. I'm going to take this last tail on my rope and stick it through the loop, and I'm going to grab it. And then I'm going to come here to my other side, and I'm going to pull this. And you see how this is grabbing all the rope?
Yep, there we go.
And I want to pull this, and what I want to do is I want to get this tucked underneath and inside the security of these wrappings. So I'm going to pull pretty hard, and now that's pulled inside, and this is all going to hold this together so this cord cannot come unwound. And then I'm going to cut this off, and we can cut this rope off of the machine. There we are.
Wow.
Guys, thank you so much for watching Trail Hats. If you like this video, if you learned something like I did, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in Trail Life USA, man, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com, and consider joining a Trail Life troop. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. God bless, guys.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
It's far more than just something we're doing for our boys. It's actually this incredible place to connect and find that community that we're often looking for as dads. And Trail Life is a place as dads to come alongside one another and say, you know what, you're not in this alone. Let's do this thing together. Let's have some fun while we do it. Let's get outdoors. But while we're at it, let's make friends. Let's have our boys make friends, but let's also be dads in it, in the journey together.
Pastors often we're trying to bring in guys and it seems like we're roping them in and it just doesn't feel like it's working. But I can tell you with Trail Life, guys like adventure just as much as young men.
When you call a man to serve God and he comes awake maybe the first time to who Jesus is in his life and he wants to do something big for God and he shows up at his church and his pastor doesn't quite know what to do with him, you can put an orange vest on and say, here, help us park cars. Well, there's more that man can do. Here's something the pastor can do with him. You can put him with a group of other men and set him in the outdoors and Trail Life leader, and he can impact the next generation, and suddenly men come alive. These ministries that we've been out reaching out to men for years, now we've got something for them to do.
You know, sometimes as pastors, we have to nudge and urge men and they kind of resist us. We have found it the opposite. All we've had to do is almost like throwing gasoline on a fire. Once the woof has happened, they just get lit.
All right. Well, we are back live here. My name again is Roy Baldwin, and I am the Chief Growth Officer at Trail Life, and this is Stephen Ashton. You know, it's one of the some cool things just about us. Steve and I have been working together 5 months now, and Steve has such.
Seems like forever. Gosh,
it does. But then I say the other day, like being at Trail Life is 5 months is like 8 years. But it's been wonderful, Stephen. But you have a wealth of just knowledge and information, and I think one of the things I've loved about your perspective on things is a lot of the outdoor kind of therapeutic adventure that you really brought to Trail Life when you came here. And so you have such a great perspective on, I don't think just the benefits of the program itself, like the skill building and the community, and we've talked a lot about that already, but really it is about kind of the therapeutic aspects of outdoor adventure, that relationship building, that for me, I would think about it through the lens of human flourishing. And you've done that with kids who had a lot of reasons not to flourish.
Absolutely.
And you really have seen the benefit of that. One of the things that you've talked a lot about, and I'm going to ask you to share this, one of the stories, but one of the most important aspects, I think, of Trail Life is the rites of passage. And I believe that rites of passage is really kind of this quiet crisis that we have, boys have, because it's almost like without rites of passage, we still expect maturity from our young men, but there's really no way of knowing what those stages of maturity are. So talk to me or share a little bit about how Trail Life embodies that and how that becomes a big part of a boy's experience.
You know, Roy, I want to do that. I think there's a wealth of knowledge you bring here too that is really terrific. And I think one of the crises we have in our culture is a boy knowing what does it mean to be a man, and when am I a man? And without those intentional markers or milestones on the journey to manhood, boys tend to get lost on that.
Yeah.
And in Trail Life, we've built our program. We have the Woodland Trail.
Yep.
We have the Navigator program. And then we have the Adventure program. And on our website, under the program introduction, that stuff is all laid out here. If you want to come learn more about this, it's here. But in the Woodland Trail, boys from 5 to 10 gain a basic knowledge of skills. And so let's take fire building. That's pretty concrete, for example. Maybe as a Woodland Trailman, this is a little bit of a simplistic example, but a boy learns how to build a fire. Technically, what it looks like, how to do it, and maybe as a navigator and adventurer, he starts to learn how to use some different techniques.
Right.
Flint and steel. Maybe he learns how to do it with friction, and he starts to develop those skills. And then so from knowledge we go to understanding, and applying that knowledge that we learn. And then as a boy gets older, we move to wisdom, which is understand how to use those skills. And there are so many applications for that as a man. It's one thing to understand, to have some knowledge of what it means to be a man. We talked earlier in our segment about the Y matters. And so the fact that I have a Y chromosome makes me a man. But understanding that I am a man doesn't really help me know what it means to be a man. So there's a layer we add on that is understanding. And then on top of that, there's the wisdom piece of that. How do I deal with daily life?
Right.
Challenges that come day in and day out. And how do we take a boy from this 5-year-old running around, crazy, rambunctious boy to moving to that mature man who's stable and courageous and is going to lean into his family and know how to lead a business or a company.
Right.
And that requires real intentionality. And I think that's some of why these markers and these milestones on the journey to manhood are so important.
Yeah, I love what you said in the sense of intentionality, and I think this is true in Scripture too. That like manhood or masculinity, like when I look at the Israelites and I think about in Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 4 it talks about impressing to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, strength, and soul, and then impress these things upon your kids. And what you see is a pattern or a process about when to do that, and I'd say some level how to do that. And then Deuteronomy unpacks lots of different aspects about that. And so, but there's a lot of intentionality around that, and it's not just for this generation; it's generational in its approach. And so, in some aspects, I would say manhood is not accidental.
It is not.
Right?
Absolutely not.
You don't just stumble upon it. It's modeled, it's taught in that. And it's one of the things, again, I think what makes trail life such a powerful tool is preparing that levels of that, whether they're 5 or they're 18 years of age.
That's right.
There's something that they're building upon in regards to that, which gives its power.
Yeah, it really does. So when kids are young, their minds are sponges. They're ready to absorb just about anything. So in our Woodland Trail program, we do a lot of memorization, but we try to make it hands-on. We try to make it tactical. We try to make it movement, because boys' brains are wired. They're activated by movement. A boy doesn't learn well sitting still. Mark in his book, Let Boys Be Boys, talks about throwing some Legos out and letting boys be active. And so often we punish kids. I remember when my son was in kindergarten, he had a teacher who was absolutely insistent that he sit on the dot during class.
Right.
And I remember going in and sitting down and talking with that teacher and saying, well, is he being disruptive? And the teacher said, no, he's not disruptive. And I said, well, is he learning? And she said, well, he's learning just fine. I said, well, why is it a problem that he's not sitting on the dot? He wasn't a bad kid. He just wasn't able. I mean, he was 8 years old. He had ants in his pants, and he wasn't going to sit still on that dot. 5 years old. Goodness, it wasn't. We were asking him to do something he wasn't developmentally ready to do.
Oh my gosh! As you were sharing that story, I was thinking of what my son, Nicholas, he's now 27, and I remember in kindergarten, like he could not sit at all, and he had to end up going into like friendship classes and social skills and all of that, and like he constantly had to be active and engaged, and he struggled because he wasn't able to be given the space to kind of learn in his own way and learn that versus it's kind of a cookie cutter approach, and boys have a difficult time doing that. So totally understand and relate with that.
Well, as much as we talk in trail life about how boys and girls are different, because they are, boys and young men are different too.
Right.
And I think that's some of what's so important about this idea of a rite of passage, is helping a boy to understand there was a time for that boyish exuberance. And one of the ways we do that, and there's a troop in Texas that does this really, really well. I love this story. This is on our website as well. If you go to our resource library and you search for Bridge, there are two. One's a Freedom Arrangement story, but the other one is this story of rite of passage. And this troop does it really, really well.
Yeah. I'd love to hear more.
During COVID, actually, this troop decided they wanted to take their rite of passage ceremonies to the next level. And so they got out AutoCAD. We talked earlier in this segment about boys planning and how boys take initiative and do things. This isn't adults doing things to a boy or for a boy. This is adults doing things with a boy.
Right.
Dreaming together, coming up with a plan. There's another great story about some boys that built a boat. Maybe we'll tell that one later, Roy.
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
But these boys wanted to take this to the next level and build a real bridge. And so they mapped this all out on AutoCAD. They took the lay of the river. They did depth soundings, I think. I don't know. They knew the depth of the river.
That's amazing.
And how tall these pilings were going to need to be to build this bridge across the river. And it's someone's property, and they were going to go back year after year and rebuild this bridge. And so they constructed it during COVID in someone's garage. They put the whole thing together, and then every year, Roy, they float this bridge down the river to the place where they build this bridge, that they do a bridging ceremony.
Wow.
And it's literally boys bridging into manhood. And so what happens in this ceremony, and there's a great picture, actually we ran this picture on social media the other day when we introduced the Why Matters. The Daily Signal ran that story with Mark's most recent op-ed, but the picture we used for that is the picture of this ceremony this troop does every year. And it really is a remarkable thing. So they get this bridge every year and they float it down the river, and all the younger boys stand on one side of the river, the woodland trailmen, the boys who are 8 to 10 years old.
Wow.
And then all the older boys, the navigators and adventurers, stand on the other side of the river. And one by one, they call these boys by name. And in trail life, we have a standard, and we'll have to show that to you later. This is also on our website, so if you go to that program introduction space, you'll see it. But a boy is given a standard when he moves from woodland trails into the navigator program. And different troops do this differently. We talked earlier that every troop is owned by their church. So not every rite of passage ceremony is going to look like this. I've seen some great ones. Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills has a really cool A-frame they build, and boys walk over it, and the whole community's there.
That's awesome.
And it's so every ceremony looks a little bit different. But the spirit of this is that the younger boys are here, and they call the boy one by one. And a father or mentor presents this young man with a standard. The standard is it's a walking stick. And in trail life, through the Woodland Trail program, we have a trail map that boys put stickers on every week, and they can map their progress on their journey to manhood. But when a boy becomes a navigator and an adventurer, he gets presented by his standard by a mentor or by his father.
Wow.
Because not every boy in the program has a dad. And that's really important to bring up too, Roy.
Yeah, go ahead.
We talked about that a lot.
We did.
That there are boys who are looking for someone who could fill that space in their life to help them understand what their why is for and what it means to be a man.
Right.
And so we have seen some wonderful examples of troop leaders who said, hey, I grew up without a dad. And I want the boys in my troop to know to have someone in their life that they can look to understand what they're made for. And so he will intentionally point out boys in the troop and say, hey, I need you guys to connect. And now we have 2 Deep Leadership. We're really intentional in trail life. There's not times where this boy's going to be off with some man that is unknown or unprotected.
Right.
But those relationships are so important. And so this man will present this boy with the standard as he comes across, and he'll give the trailman oath as he walks across the bridge. And then that adult speaks words of what he's seen in this young man's life over him. Speaks identity over the young man as he stands on the bridge with all the younger boys on one side looking at him and all the older boys on the other side looking at him. And he's literally saying it's time to put boyish things behind.
Right.
To leave childish things behind.
So good.
That's scriptural, Roy.
Absolutely.
To leave childish things behind and press into manhood.
Yeah.
And to say from this day forward, you're going to be around a different group of boys. More is going to be expected of you, and we're going to challenge you. Mark Hancock in the book 5 Critical Needs of Boys said if we fail this generation, it won't be because we over-challenge them. It'll be because we under-challenge them.
Under-challenged, yeah.
And I think that's so right. And so we need to give these boys, back in you're going to relate to this, Roy.
Okay.
Back in my therapeutic days, we talk of zones of proximal development.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
What's the zone? You know this stuff. What's the zone of proximal development, Roy?
Oh, no, you're putting me on the spot. That is so not good. Go ahead.
Oh, you're going to let me keep going?
I am going to let you keep going.
I knew you were therapeutic. We've been back. We've only worked together 5 months, so
we didn't practice.
I didn't tell him I was doing a pop quiz, so that wasn't kind.
Dude, you just took me back to my high school days and pop quizzes. I did not do well.
That was unkind, Roy. I actually, if you don't see me again after this, Roy's fired me.
No, he's good. He's good. That just tells you these are unscripted. This is totally
unscripted. Well, I figured this was your bailiwick, so I was like, Roy's got this. Well, it's a big fancy word, and really what it means is something in the realm of what that kid is capable of, right? We don't want to ask way more of him. We don't want put that boy in a failure cycle. If we're going to ask that boy to step up and step into a challenge,
that's so good.
We want to make sure he's ready for it.
That's right.
And so we're taking these boys from Woodland Trail. We're going to give them a challenge that they're prepared for, that they're ready to move into, so that they can thrive and begin to find their identity among the older boys and the men. Because that's something we're looking for as young men trying to move from the space of boyhood where we're so busy with classroom and school and playing, and how do I move from this boy who's kind of lost in things to this man who starts to find his identity? And we've done this with our kids. I know I had one son that we messed with 3D printing for a while.
Yeah.
And we built a computer. And my son, my 14-year-old right now, we're building a go-kart together. And his go-kart, our engine's going to be his thing? I don't know.
Right.
But how do you help boys start finding identity? And that's what the Trail Map to Manhood ends with.
Right.
And so as boys continue through our program and earn ranks and develop skills, the Freedom Award is the highest award in our program. And if you get the Freedom Award, this is a topper that goes on top of your standard that really is a handsome thing. But to do so, it requires 2 majors and a minor. And I think this is just terrific as well, because how do we help boys start to discover identity?
Right.
So we've gone from the woodland trailman, a rambunctious boy running around playing in the woods, coming to that rite of passage ceremony where he crosses over the bridge into manhood, and then he begins to develop intentional skills. And so we have navigator badges that are different than adventurer badges, because boys aren't ready to learn everything. Our family man badge,
sure.
When you're 12 years old, you're not ready to think about how to lead a family, right?
Right.
When you're 17, we need to start having those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Personal finance isn't necessarily ready. You're thinking a lot about at 13.
Right.
But at 17, you need to think about how do I move out on my own and manage my finances well.
Right.
And so we're taking boys again through zones of proximal development, through challenges, through skills they need to know to be a godly man. And as they finish that, they do 2 minors and a major as part of their Freedom Award. And so in these minors, when we do this the best, these boys are finding a mentor, and they're taking something that they might want to do for a career.
Right.
So maybe they're going to run a small business. Maybe maybe they're going to cut grass.
Right.
And they're going to run a grass cutting business, but they're going to have a mentor who's going to help them do that. And one of my favorite stories, we had a young man who wanted to go to med school. And so he started working in a downtown mobile clinic, and just helping in the clinic as part of his minor to think about what's it going to take for me to be a doctor.
Sure.
And he developed a relationship with a doctor who ran that mobile clinic, and it was an oppressed area. It was a free clinic for people who had needs. And as they moved through that, he'd gone through and done his badge work, and he was coming up to his Freedom Award. And so you do two minors and a major, and then there's a servant leadership project at the end of that.
Oh, wow.
And so for a servant leadership project, he ended up developing a waiting room to take this clinic out of a bus into a building, and he set up the waiting room for this downtown inner city clinic for this doctor. Wow. And so when he was thinking about going on to med school, do you think he had any problem finding someone to write a letter of reference and put those things together? And here's a young man who hasn't just worked hard and gotten good grades through high school, but he's put these things into practice, and he's worked in a medical clinic, and he's helped build a reception area for a clinic. And this is a young man who knows who he is.
Yep.
He knows who he is.
Yep.
He has identity, and he's prepared to go on into whatever life throws at him. And there are all kinds of boys. Not every boy's going to med school.
Right.
But maybe a boy wants to be an electrician. And he finds that guy in his church who he can connect with, who's going to teach him what that looks like and role model that in front of him. We had another great story, actually, in our annual report about a young man whose dad had a heart attack.
Oh, wow.
And a first responder came and saved his dad's life. And he said, that's who I want to be. And so he found a first responder at his troop, and he began working with him and developing those skills, and he's now working as a first responder, and he wants to go on to be a paramedic.
Wow.
But those are the kinds of stories in trail life, and how do we help our boys find those spaces and move through that space of knowledge to understanding, to wisdom, to having identity and vision for their life, and becoming who God's created them to be.
Well, and again, we do that through this kind of proven process of this intentional pathway, because we know, like, when you go through these things, go through these stages over a period of years with other godly men and the right supports, it sets those kids up extremely well for success, for productivity in regards to that. When I think about just all of the different research that I've looked at over the years at resilience and grittiness, I mean, those are all aspects of how resilience is built. How grit is built is by experiencing challenge in a way that is ultimately overcomable, right? You become an overcomer with those challenges. And I think a lot of our young men today either are not challenged, or the challenges they are facing, they don't have the supports around them to successfully navigate those challenges as well.
100%.
And I think that's the beauty of trail life. It provides both of those elements of challenge, but yet men, or a community that's going to encourage you and stand around you, beside you, support you, even if you experience failure, to help you work through that and overcome those fears. I've seen that with some of the work that we've done, is kids and boys overcoming some legitimate fears in their life, and how that becomes a part of that rite of passage for them.
Absolutely.
Of overcoming those barriers and challenges. And so I think that's one of the most beautiful aspects of the Trail Life program. One of the things that struck me too, that as you were sharing about the rites of passage, and maybe for those of you who are listening and watching, I do believe that when I think about AmericaFest, and we talked about, why should Trail Life be here, it's for the very things that we are talking about. Because if you ever heard Charlie talked a lot about encouraging young men to in some ways cross that bridge from boyhood into adulthood. And he would give, right?
Challenge and doing hard things.
Right?
Absolutely.
Do hard things. Get involved. Start a family. Like, get married, start a family.
Yeah.
Like, part of that is like put those things beside or behind you and venture into that. And again, it's really hard to do that alone. It's really hard to do that by yourself. And that's, again, one reason why we want to be here and talk about what Trail Life, who we are and what we do in regards to that.
Absolutely.
These are our people in some ways,
They are. Well, and doing hard things. I think that's a great topic too. So many kids, when they're growing up, where do kids get graded the most? Sports, we've taken, there's so many scoreless sports anymore.
Right, everyone gets a trophy.
Right? I mean, even tag, right?
Right.
Mark tells a story about some people playing tag, and mom was offended because they tagged his son. It's like, there are winners and losers. That's life. That's okay. But the place boys get judged the most is academics.
Right. Sure.
And it's the place they're probably the least equipped to go into school. And so many boys are getting caught in a failure cycle of this winning and losing. And where does a boy learn what's right, and where do we get challenge that we're prepared for, that involves strength and honor and dignity?
Right. Kind of the character aspects of a young man, where those things are developed. I totally agree.
And Roy, when I worked in the wilderness type program, one of the things we saw consistently is boys were caught in a failure cycle. And I've seen that in the life of my own sons, being caught in a failure cycle in school and feeling like they're not measuring up, and they're not able to be who they want, and we get these labels put on us that aren't true. And I saw this over and over with these kids at camp. They were literally failing at school, and they'd kind of given up. They said, well, the one thing they learned in school was they couldn't learn. And that was tragic because it wasn't true.
Right.
These boys could absolutely learn. They just weren't able to learn in the regurgitative, you spew facts, sit down, be still kind of environment where they were. And so what we did is we brought these boys out in the woods, and we would begin to help them experience rightness. And I want to talk about this for a minute, because as much as we talk about this idea of rite of passage and becoming a man, there's also this spiritual development that we go through. If we're going to become godly men, there has to be something that changes in our heart. And how does the boy go to begin to understand what righteousness looks like, what a right relationship with God looks like? Right. And the thing we found was it begins in the physical realm. It's the everyday thing. So when a boy came into the camp, one of the first things we did, and this sounds silly, and a lot of people will balk at this, but we'd have a boy make his bed. Why is making your bed significant? Why do we care about whether someone makes their bed or not?
Right.
But Admiral, what's his name? He wrote a book called Make Your Bed. Like it was a big thing. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
But we'd have these kids come in and make their bed, and what it did was the first thing they did in that day, they did something right.
Right.
And they started to learn the feeling of rightness. When I've made my bed to the point it looks right, and we were militaristic, we weren't, but we wanted a kid to have his bed tight and look good because of what that did for him inside.
Right.
And after he'd make his bed, there were other things we had to do. We had to clean our lanterns because we were living outside.
Right.
And if you don't put gas in your lanterns, what happens that night when you try to go to bed? You don't have any light.
Yeah, good luck.
Right? So that's not going to work very well. Right. And so there were things we had to do, and we had to take it to the point of being right. What that did is the boys started to learn the feeling of rightness.
Yeah.
And when we begin to learn rightness in the physical realm, and I think that's important for kids.
Yeah.
And that's true in adventure and things like trail life, because there are things you only make a mistake on once, right? You only forget to soap your pot when you're cooking over a fire one time. Because when you try to scrub that black stuff off, it's not the same, right?
Right.
You only put up your tent in a low spot when it rains one time. And then you think, you know what? I'm not going to do that, because when you go to bed and and your sleeping bag and everything is floating,
right.
Those are the kinds of lessons you learn firsthand.
Yeah.
You get your feet wet and run around as a kid in the woods, and it gets cold that night.
Which by the way, right, Stephen, that becomes a very different. And I love what you're saying, because there's a difference between when you experience a challenge, right? You either see kind of a problem as a challenge, or you see a problem as an opportunity. And you're getting at that a little bit.
Roy.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, that's what you're getting at a little bit, is that even if I experience failure, quote unquote, really, it's a lesson to be learned.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily need to go ahead and repeat that.
Well, and you're only going to make that mistake once because you've learned, and the next time,
correct,
you're going to feel different about that because you've got that feeling of, look what I accomplished. Right. And I did this wrong last time. And as adults, we're around and we're saying, hey, I don't want Johnny to be in a place where he's going to get frostbite tonight because he made a silly mistake.
But I think today, in our culture today, when we confuse identity, and we can't even biologically talk about God's design around things, and I know that's a broad brush, but the way God has designed certain things, that at some level, when you begin to lose your identity, like even failure becomes a part of your identity.
It does.
Versus putting in its proper place, where it ultimately is these failures, these challenges do not define the personhood of who I am, that I've been created in the image of God. And again, this is why, right? I have a why. It's inherent to who what I understand about myself. But within trail life, and again, this is one of the things I love, is we get opportunities to present that in a way that we don't allow those things to define what a young man is.
That's not your identity.
Correct. And we have men that will model that for them. We have other peers who's like, hey, I failed that 30 times too, trying to tie that knot. But look at me today. I'm a freedom range. You know what I mean? I'm a freedom rangeman. I've done these things. I've accomplished these things. And it's like, well, if he can do it, I can do it. That is the model that we see throughout Scripture as well.
And that's right. It begins with the small, simple things. That's right. That's that knowledge, that woodland trail, understanding rightness, and then as we're challenged greater and greater things,
that's right,
we grow into those challenges. And as we experience rightness in the physical realm, that starts to help us experience rightness in the relational realm. And that's another thing I think is really instrumental here that we're doing in trail life, because boys are coming in and learning skills, and they're having adventures alongside these men, and they're having experience of, look what I can do, and they're building confidence, but they're also building confidence in that relationship. And that's the other integral thing. I talked about the Freedom Award and these boys who have these mentors now and they're 17 years old, but these trusted mentors didn't just walk onto the scene when they were 15. These are the kind of men we have in trail life, and I love this, are the kind of men who are pouring into boys consistently, week after week, going on these adventures. And they're not perfect men, Roy.
Right.
They're not perfect men, but what they've found...
They're consistent.
They're consistent, and that's what we need, Roy. We don't need perfect dads.
That's right.
We don't need, if you're a dad and you don't do devotions with your kids every night, you're not a broken dad, right? What we need is men who show up and who are consistent, and then when trouble comes, I know I can count on that guy.
That's so good.
And so we have this community of men. Hopefully Dad is part of that. Sometimes he's not.
Right.
But we have this community of men who are consistent and can be counted on, and start to show me what relationships look like. So I experience rightness in the physical realm, and I start to experience rightness in the relational realm.
So good.
And then where that leads to, Roy, is we start to experience rightness in the spiritual realm. Right? Every one of us, someone acted as Christ to us.
Right. Yeah.
We had some man, some role model. I bet you could tell. Yeah, there's someone in your life.
Well, I think of the relationship between Paul and Barnabas. I think the way Paul wrote to Timothy in the letters, it's almost like I've shown you what it means to be a follower of Christ, right?
That's right.
So model after me, do what I do. And obviously that was the call to Paul to the early church as well. But to really, when you think about those letters to Timothy, it's that idea of rightness in so many different aspects.
It is.
Not just physically, not just relationally, but spiritually as well. Yeah, it's everywhere. And I think when you're able to start recognizing it, not only in Scripture, but around you, those are the parts where what are those parts that I am missing in my life? And then going back to, we asked about what's your why?
That's
At the end of
good.
the day, I want to challenge you to even if you don't join Trail Life, but do something.
You need something.
You pursue those
We need each
things.
other.
We do.
We're created for community, 100%.
Absolutely. So pursue those things.
Yeah.
And if you're looking for a good organization to find that, Trail Life is a great,
Absolutely.
Kelly shared it, and he's not a super outdoor person.
That's
even
right.
if you are an outdoor person, but what it does provide you are all the things that you're talking about in terms of the right relationships, the right community, the right growth. Yeah, that's so good.
Well, in connecting these dots, we began by talking about the Woodland Trail program and learning,
right,
and getting things down, and then we started talking about relationship,
right,
and then we talked about these rite of passage ceremonies,
right,
where men, maybe a mentor, maybe other men, speak into the life of this boy and give him identity, and we go from this idea of right physically to right relationally, to this man who's spoken in the life of this boy who now, as a man, I'm a whole man. Because I've had people who have poured into my life, and not just my dad, but there's been a community of men who have poured into my life as I've gone through this journey, and now I really am prepared to stand on my own because of what's been poured into me. And Roy, the other thing that's exciting about this for me is this kind of process doesn't just happen for the boys.
Right. No,
Men come into Trail Life and they start to experience the same kind of community because, let's be honest, for a lot of us as men,
we didn't get that either.
We didn't get that. No.
We did it. There's a void.
There is.
Yep.
And for a lot of us as men, we're looking for some of that same thing.
Right.
And and it's so rare to find this band of brothers, this community of men who will come alongside me and say, man, that was hard, or when life is down, or these guys that support and build each other up.
Right.
And that's the other magic of Trail Life. We talk about, we began this as a ministry to boys, wanting to fill a gap.
It's really a ministry to men.
But we stumbled into, this is a ministry for men too.
Yeah, that's so good.
And if you don't have a boy, if you don't have a son, or if you're a grandfather, this is a space for you, because there are other men who need your influence, who need you to speak into their life. There are boys who need you to speak into their life, because Trail Life is an intergenerational ministry. It really is a place where we are growing men.
You know what? Again, none of this is scripted, right? So,
no, I'm already fired after my question earlier. We covered this.
No, you were. That's okay. We'll work through that, Stephen. Lesson learned, right?
Lesson learned.
I think the thing that strikes me about this, and again, you start looking at the loneliness epidemic, when you look at suicide is up in men, when you start really looking at the data on men right now, we are in trouble. And I wonder, when you start talking about those rightness things, these rites of passage, I think you're right. I think many men have been wounded. There's a void in their life, and they don't know how to fill it. And when I look at divorce, when I look at the fatherlessness rates, you have a lot of men that did not get something.
That's right.
And so part of that is so how do I get that? One, how do I give that? But how do I get it too? And I think that's a really powerful, I think you got to think through that. You got to process that. I know I do. I shared a little bit earlier about, I've worked with a lot of fatherless young men and lots of girls. My wife and I were house parents for almost 10 years. We had 70 plus girls go through our home. There weren't many fathers in their lives. And so I had a unique perspective of the things that were missing in their life that they longed for, and I had and again I think about and I reflect a lot on that with the way I look at my own daughters. I have two beautiful grown daughters now who are discovering who they are, and I realize I do get one shot at this. I believe God can redeem it. I don't think God wants me to live in shame, but we get one shot at this.
Yeah.
And the better I can leave them with the right trajectory towards life, with the right rites of passages and intentionality, I'm setting them up generationally for more healthier, flourishing aspects, and ultimately, we think about Christ is we become very kingdom centered. I want to have eternity with my kids eventually.
Oh, 100%.
Right? So there's an internal perspective, I think, as well to this that we can't lose sight of. And honestly, I think when you put the eternal perspective on it, now all of a sudden it's I don't care what the culture like. It puts things in its proper perspective.
It really does.
And so then that becomes my pursuit, right? That becomes the way then I prioritize those things, and so I think that's a big part of.
Yeah.
I think what Trail Life can provide, whether you have a son or not, whether you want to get involved or not.
But let's go there for a minute, Roy, because you talked about something that's really important. We talk a lot about boys in Trail Life, as we should.
Right.
That's who our focus is on. But girls need men too.
Yes.
Just as much. I've talked about this with a number of people, and I don't think it's because by any means men are more important, but I think there is a lack of masculine where they go. If you go to school, 75% of teachers are female. You don't have an epidemic to the same extent of boys that don't have women in the home or girls that don't have women in the home. There's just a shortage of of masculinity to go around it and to give that stabilizing, secure space that is so important. And so we do have a sister organization, and people always ask us, they say, well, Trail Life is for boys. What about the girls? It's a question we get all the time, and just because you're talking about this, and as a girl dad yourself,
right?
I think it's an important thing to bring up that we are about godly women. We absolutely want to raise up godly women, and that's why we partnered with American Heritage Girls. And I know Rachel Culpepper is planning to be on the.
Yeah, I think we're going to have her tomorrow.
She is. I'll have to look at my calendar. I can tell you when if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
But talk a little bit about the girl dad piece, Roy, and I think that matters. And I'll look up so if people want to hear from Rachel, I'll tell you when it'll be. Give me a minute. Go ahead.
I love being a girl dad, by the way. I love my daughters. They're so very unique in perspective, but when you start looking at the data of how dads, one of the statistics, and I don't know the exact statistic, but it is like when you look at the dad's role and influence in their daughters' lives. So one of the things that shocked me is that the way that a father loves and cares for their daughter, their vital role and presence in their daughters' lives in a healthy way, how it produces nurturing. It helps their daughters become nurturing in their own relationship. And I remember looking at that, I was like, well, isn't that where my wife kind of thrives? Is in the nurturing part 100%. Of the relationship. But the way I play, the way a man plays with his daughter, the way, it's like when I remember when my daughters were born, I'm like, here's my wallet, here, I'm like, I am yours. I'm going to have a hard time putting boundaries on you. But that unconditional love for your daughters, it heavily influences their own growth. And so the healthier I am as a man, the healthier that I can show them what true biblical masculinity looks. I want them longing for those same level of relationships in their own life as they're going to eventually, if they get married, that they're going to look for the things that they saw me modeling for them. And what a privilege it is to be a girl dad.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, Roy,
and to be honest with you, it is then finding the right organizations or things that that can support their rites of passage to be able to see other women in their lives to from a biblical perspective of what femininity looks like.
Yeah.
And so those things are important. We'll have American Heritage Girls, I believe, on
11:30.
11:30
on Friday, December 19th.
All right.
Yeah, Rachel Culpepper will be here.
That's awesome.
No, I'm a boy dad. I've got 4 boys, but I did help start a girls program.
Okay.
And it was interesting because the girls needed male supervisors. You think with a girls program, you could run a girls program with full female staff.
Sure.
But the girls wanted the male supervisors because so many of those girls didn't have a dad either.
Yeah.
That was, when I ran the boys camp, I said this before, that 95% of the boys that came through my program didn't have a dad. But the same was true of those girls who were struggling. Right. They didn't have men in their life, and they were looking for that space, and so that's so important. And a lot of our Trail Life dads are involved in American Heritage Girls as well. Because they're a sister organization, and a lot of churches, they meet on the same night together, and they even will do an opening ceremony, and the boys will go one way and the girls will go the other, because boys and girls are different.
Right.
And we want to create those spaces. We're not camping together.
Right.
But we do but there is that space, and the men can come over and help with the girls, and the women can come over because the boys need women too. There's space for that. Now we do have, especially in the older groups, men teaching the boys to be men. Because there's a real value in that. That's super important. It's one of those stands that we do make.
Sure.
But it is a sister organization. It really becomes a full family ministry for the church and for the family there.
Because it really isn't it's not really an either or. It really is a both and. I remember being obviously a house dad to lots of girls that did not have a lot of positive role models, fathers in their life, and it was a privilege to be able to show them what a healthy father figure, what a healthy, male figure was in their life, especially if they didn't have it. And I think you're tying into that. I cannot tell you how many conversations that I had with them about what that meant, especially they weren't mine, they were teenagers, they were dating. I cannot tell you how many conversations I had about dating and what our men are like, and how can I trust men, especially when many of them didn't have men they could trust in their life, right?
100%.
So part of that is so how do you set that bar? And I think you're hitting on it. I think that is the intentionality that we need to, either as an organization, realizing that we do need a partner, but then ultimately, how do we help equip the local church, not to be an either or, but a both and when it comes to the family unit and how the family needs supported, how moms and dads need to be supported when it comes to providing the right direction, those rites of passage for their own kids.
Yeah.
And it's so powerful.
When you're coming full circle back to that community of men, that community of women that help speak into, because for my sons, there's times when they don't want to listen to dad about dating or listen to dad about relationships, and dad might have wisdom, but they're not sure dad has wisdom, right? If we're talking about that knowledge, understanding, wisdom piece, they don't quite believe dad has wisdom, but there's another man in the troop. There are other men that surround, that could speak into that young man's life that really make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think that Kelly shared that earlier, is that ecclesia, that I'd say the koinonia of what that really looks like. And that isn't just, and I think we've watered that down in our culture a little bit today, in the sense of really understanding the power of that. Well, it's like, I just need community. No, you need healthy, biblical, safe. And I don't mean safe the way our culture has hijacked that word today. I mean places where you can be who you are, yet you're not.
That's right,
but they don't allow you to stay there. They're going to challenge you to become all you can be in Christ. That is, I think, the beautiful parts of what we find to be true in Scripture. Right. And I think that's what we've got to strive towards and be all about. So,
well, it's Christmas time right now. Yeah. And part of the amazing part of Christmas is the idea that God chose to come to earth as a baby, and as a boy who grew in favor with God and man, and that Jesus did chores, and that Jesus learned rightness, and that Jesus had a father who taught him things, and he likely had a community who taught him what it was to be a man. He was fully God and fully man, but he learned from other men how to be a man. And these things we're talking about, rites of passage and learning rightness and growing and understanding and wisdom and what's the purpose for my life. It's amazing that God chose to come to earth at Christmas and experience that, and to be able to relate fully with us. So as we strive through the power of the Holy Spirit to become more like Christ.
That's right.
We have a role model for that.
Not to take a rabbit trail, but I've always wondered, how did Joseph, even when Jesus was young, he's like, hey, I'm about my father's business. I'm like, how did Joseph deal with that as the stepdad?
Excuse me.
We got to talk about boundary. I wonder how Joseph handled that, but anywho, that's a quick rabbit trail. All right. Well, hopefully this has been helpful. Part of the conversations that we really want to have here is really talking about, we talk about Trail Life, and we think about the program, and we think about the pathway. There is a ton of, I would say, great biblical understanding and foundation, as well as good, I'd say, science and research about what it means to be resilient. And again, rites of passage we've talked a lot about during this time, and how we have to be really intentional with that. One thought before we move on with this. One of my favorite books growing up is I think it's been out now 30 years now, was called The Blessing, by Dr. Gary Smalley and Dr. John Trent.
Okay, I love Gary Smalley. I don't think I know that book.
Oh, dude, so good. And one of the things that they talked about in The Blessing is this longing that we long to have and to hear, kind of, we're well done, good and faithful servant. Wow. And that, obviously, I'm doing the book a disservice right now.
Yeah, I love where you're going.
But part of that is that void and longing that we have, that our children do long to have a blessing.
Yeah.
From us.
As men, we want that favor from our dad. We really do.
Right. It's the boy who's in a sporting and looks into the stands.
That's right.
And once his dad there, he wants his dad to
Or
be
he doesn't
proud.
see his dad there. Yeah,
Right.
100%.
So part of that, I think, is like, how do we get into that blessing part? And I think that's an aspect of what we think about what we do here at Trail Life. So anyways, hopefully that picture is a little more helpful for you.
Yeah.
I think we're going to go to break.
Well, and there's a piece we didn't hit.
Go ahead.
We need to come back. I don't think
Let's
we're going to
come
nail
back.
all this down right now, but service. We talked a lot about the program.
sure.
But there's so much good in serving other people and that changing me and
absolutely
and identity, and so much of even the process of our trail map to manhood and the service hours and those things are required, because a lot of times that's where I find my identity.
Right.
Is in those when you're
giving
where I'm
yourself
using
to
my
others.
gifts and doing that, and God says, hey, this is what I made you for. And I think that's a whole nother segment we probably ought to dig into.
Dude, yeah,
Roy,
that's a whole segment in of itself.
Yeah, I just hit me. We didn't do that justice. That's a huge cornerstone of our program in developing leadership and men of character, is serving and making a difference, and realizing that the strength God has given me isn't for me to hoard.
Yeah, that's good.
It's for me to give.
So tune in when we are going to talk about servant leadership, which is a big part
Absolutely,
of who
Roy.
we are as an organization. So, hey, thanks for tuning in. I'm Roy. This is Steven. And looking forward to, again, spending the next few days with you.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
It's far more than just something we're doing for our boys. It's actually this incredible place to connect and find that community that we're often looking for as dads. And Trail Life is a place as dads to come alongside one another and say, you know what, you're not in this alone. Let's do this thing together. Let's have some fun while we do it. Let's get outdoors. But while we're at it, let's make friends. Let's have our boys make friends, but let's also be dads in it, in the journey together.
Pastors often we're trying to bring in guys, and it seems like we're roping them in, and it just doesn't feel like it's working. But I can tell you with Trail Life, guys like adventure just as much as young men.
When you call a man to serve God, and he comes awake maybe the first time to who Jesus is in his life, and he wants to do something big for God, and he shows up at his church and his pastor doesn't quite know what to do with him, you can put an orange vest on and say, here, help us park cars. Well, there's more that man can do. Here's something the pastor can do with him. You can put him with a group of other men and set him in the outdoors and Trail Life leader, and he can impact the next generation, and suddenly men come alive. These ministries that we've been out reaching out to men for years, now we've got something for them to do.
You know, sometimes as pastors, we have to nudge and urge men, and they kind of resist us. We have found it the opposite. All we've had to do is almost like throwing gasoline on a fire. Once the woof has happened, they just get lit.
We went through that time in the 80s where we had those accountability groups, and you went out to coffee with a guy and you sat across the table. We don't do that very good. We do it side by side. We do it outdoors. We do it turning a wrench. But I'll tell you what, these guys in the outdoors with the boys camping, the boys all bed down, and the guys sit around that fire and they talk about the things that we should be talking about. Like, hey, I'm struggling with this in my marriage, or this at work, or this thing I can't get off my mind, or I saw the way that you treated your son. How did you get a relationship like that with your son? How can I do that? And those are the things we're saying. One of the hidden secrets about Trail Life USA is that we're also a ministry to men.
Men do not form a relationship by communicating. They form a relationship by doing, and then they communicate. Not until I know I can trust you am I really willing to listen to you. And I'm not really willing to trust you because of what you say. I want to see you out there hunting, fishing, skiing. You know, when you have a yard sale and you're skiing, and then we get together afterwards and we all make fun of you for having the worst wreck. That's how men form a relationship. We can have lunch for 20 years, once a week for 20 years, we still won't be friends. But I tell you what, you spend 3 days with a guy camping and seeing how he exists under stress. That's how we learn who each other are.
It's that heart of challenging boys and coming alongside them as dads, as fathers in the Lord, as mentors, as men of God, and shaping them and teaching them how to be men who love Jesus. It's also church-based, which means it's ours. It's led and initiated And
between us and Boy Scouts is we just don't meet in the basement of that church. We are a ministry of that local church. We're an extension of that local church, which is why our church partners are vetted to make sure they agree with the values that we hold up.
Finally, it's for fathers and sons. It's that unique opportunity that we get as dads to pour into our boys.
There's InReach. Connecting dads and sons to God in creation, what could be better than that? It's a vital component to developing our member families, which leads us to discipleship. And not just for the boys. Male leaders grow in their walk with Christ, learning to become better husbands and fathers as they...
And I know there's probably some moms here who have boys who don't have, they're absolutely welcome.
Those single moms, they're finding a place in Trail Life. We had a single mom and she said, well, my husband died 10 years ago and left me with a 2-year-old son. And she said, I cried out to God that he would give my son godly men to show him how to be a godly man. She said, now 10 years later, my son is in Trail Life USA. He's surrounded by godly men who are showing him how to be a man.
And I find that when we see the heavens declare the glory of God, how can we get past that this Creator also is our Redeemer? And there's a real inlet into the heart and soul of people to consider Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and come to saving faith. And to open new realms to us that we had never seen, that's not in typical church culture, but that has revolutionized and brought us closer to our Redeemer through His creation. And Trail Life has been that blessing to us.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here. In this episode of Trail Hacks, we're going to be talking about the very important values of a trailman, including purity, service, stewardship, and integrity. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
On the trail, and really in life itself, it really doesn't matter how many trail hacks you know. The most important aspect of a trailman is his integrity, his virtue and character. And that trumps any kind of trail hacker, all the trail knowledge combined. It's our prayer at Trail Life that each and every troop walks worthy of the Lord, that his foundation is found in God's word, and his relationship with God is solid. That is the most important aspect of a trailman.
So the first value of a trailman is purity. Purity. God, He calls all of His followers to live lives of holiness, which means that we're pure in what we say, do, and think. And Jesus, He told us in His word that, man, just to look at someone sinfully in sinful lust, well, that's the same thing as actually going and committing that sin with your own hands and bodies. And so, according to God's word, there's a high standard for purity. But the good news is that if we're in Christ, if we've trusted in Jesus' work on the cross to pay for our sins, then God's word tells us that we're not alone in this fight. We have God's Holy Spirit. God has sent His very Spirit to live in our hearts. He changes our desires and the inclinations of our hearts so that we no longer seek after the things that we once sought after, but we're made new. We're new creations. It doesn't mean that we're always going to be perfect. Only Jesus was perfect. But we can win this battle. And so God has given us everything we need. And in a trail life, purity is the first value of a trailman.
Now, the second value of a trailman is service. And according to God's word, all of us that are followers of Christ, we have been bought with a price. And we are called to give ourselves up for others, to lay down our lives as a living sacrifice to God. And Jesus, He was the perfect model of service. When He came to serve, not to be served, and to lay down His life as a ransom for many. That's incredible. Coming from the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Jesus perfectly modeled service as He ministered to the poor, to the broken, to those who were hurting and wounded. And Christ even demonstrates service and humility by washing the dirty feet of His disciples. This is our example. He is our King and our perfect model for service. And God calls us to be examples of this to our communities and to the entire world.
And then the third value of a trailman is stewardship. Now, it's kind of a big word, but it's really important. We see in the Bible in the very beginning that God gave Adam and Eve stewardship over the earth. He gave them everything they needed to be able to take care of the earth and take care of the animals that are on there. And in the same way, God has given each one of us different gifts, talents, resources, and He wants us to steward those resources well, to use them well for His glory. Not for our own benefit, not for something evil, but for God. God says in His Word that to whom much is given, much is required. So we have a responsibility to use all the things that God has given us and to steward them well. And at the end of the day, when our lives are over, we're going to have to give an account to God of how we used the gifts that He's given us. And hopefully we'll all be able to say that we've used those well, we've used them for God's glory and not for our own benefit. So it's really important as a trailman that we steward what God has given us.
The last, but certainly not the least value of being a trailman is integrity. And being a man of integrity means that we're living a life that's worthy. We're living a life that is honoring the Lord in everything that we do and say. We're representing Christ on earth. And that can be pretty tricky sometimes because, man, the world is a dark place, and Satan, the enemy, he's alive and active, and he's trying to get us as believers to stumble. But we can't pay any attention to that. We have to be on mission for the Lord and be men of integrity in every aspect of life. And that means that we need to be the same people no matter where we are, whether we're at church or on the trail or in the street. We need to be representing Christ in all those situations. And that's a super cool calling. That's a high calling, higher than anything else that this world could ever offer. And what's cool about that is not only do we glorify the Lord in the situations, but we also point other people, the people that are around us, to Christ and show that He is Lord and Savior and worth following and worth living with integrity in our lives for.
Well, thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this episode, remember to like and subscribe. And if you're interested now in joining Trail Life and becoming a member of a local troop, head over to traillifeusa.com to learn more. If you're interested in learning about us, the Wild Brothers, head over to our website at wildbrothersproductions.com. We'll catch you later.
I mean, it's probably started when I was in high school, the degradation of men. You see it constantly. I just think about the Barbie movie that just came out and how patriarchy is a bad thing, it's evil. And you see that impact on boys today. Mark talks about how they underperform girls in almost every arena now. But I was thinking today when we were talking about some of the things in the general session, men have been integral to spreading God's word, to scientific advancements, to basically everything that we have done as human beings.
With true respect for women.
Oh, that's what biblical manhood is about.
Exactly.
It is not about degrading women. It is about walking arm in arm. God put men here for a reason.
Welcome back to Trail Life at AmericaFest, Turning Point USA. And man, I just got finished walking the hallway. It is amazing the level of people here. They just opened up the doors for Erica Kirk. Is going to be talking at 4:30, so the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but it was hectic there for a few minutes. So we thank you guys for being patient with us as we were transitioning. With me right now is Alex Stutzman. Incredible guy. Alex, tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been with Trail Life? Those kind of stats.
The vitals.
The vitals.
The vitals. I gotcha. Yeah, so originally from small town, Shipshewana, Indiana.
Say that again?
Shipshewana, Indiana.
Shipshewana.
There you go. Put it on the map. And then my wife and I got married back in 2022, moved to South Carolina, and ran into Trail Life at that time. So joined in April of what would be 2023. And so it's been about 2.5 years now. The entire time has been focusing on new troop development, so advancing the ministry with churches that we're working with pastors and families. And so that's a lot of what I do, I guess, as far as the developing new troops and helping people to game plan and think through how they can help bring Trail Life to their church and their community.
So if you don't know, Alex is on my team and incredibly talented. He has really, in a lot of ways, he does what I can't do. In a lot of ways. And so, super talented, could be anywhere in the world. Why do you choose to be at Trail Life?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, when I was back in Indiana, I was working at a nonprofit and felt a lot of value and impact from what I was doing. And so when we moved to South Carolina, I'd just gotten married, so I was finding a new job, all those things. But my wife, Becca, she was already working. So I had a little bit of time where I could kind of go explore the outdoors and hike in South Carolina. So it was a new state, a lot of fun at that time. But
did you hike the whole state?
I did not hike the whole state, no. No, kind of just some putzing around and stuff. But ended up, coming across Trail Life and searching for something to do job-wise. And so really when I was looking for something, it was looking for something that had more purpose and more value. Not just something that was, that would pay the bills, but also something that would really be a missional impact and be something that is focused on advancing the kingdom. And so I just remember coming across Trail Life's, listing as far as what the opening they had at the time. Kind of being confused a little bit when I first read through it and trying to figure out, what the responsibilities it was talking about. But visiting the website and reading through Mark's book and some of the other things, just realizing, this is something that obviously is focused on boys, but also as a young man, seeing this is something that I see guys my age need. So it's not just something for boys. While we are Christ-centered, we're boy-focused, but also seeing that, like, what better place for men to step in, young guys who may not know how to lead, may not know what it looks like to be a Christ-centered family, to be able to lead your family with character and conviction. And so really that was what drew me in at the time, was seeing is something that was really a desperate need in culture, and Trail Life really is an answer to that.
Wow. So tell me a little bit about what you see specifically in guys your age. Mm-hmm. What's missing? What are the struggles? Mm-hmm. Those kind of things.
Yeah, I think a lot of things you're going to hear about.
Because hold on one second.
Yeah.
Because you're just turned 20.
28.
28.
Yep.
Just turned 28. You're married.
Yep.
You just moved into your first house that you purchased.
First house, yep.
And
yeah, big milestones.
And I just read the other day that the average first-time home buyer is like 40.
Yeah, which is crazy. I thought it was younger than that.
Yeah, I did too. It's like mid-40s right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that the thing that you see as you look out at culture is the same thing, that similar to what Turning Point's talking about, and similar to what we focus on, is that masculine has been something that's been adrift for years, as far as having an ill-defined definition. What are those milestones? What am I actually moving towards? Because if you can't define and stand on who you are as a man or a woman, how are you supposed to know what your trajectory in life is, what your purpose is, what you're grounded in, and all those things? So Trail Life's something that really hits on all those points, because it's about biblical masculinity. It's about leading the family. It's about really stepping into who God has as far as a mission and a calling for you. And so that's something that I think, for me, that's the connection, I guess, is just seeing that's something that's desperately needed by guys my age, is being able to have clear purpose, clear conviction, because there's been a lot of things that we were told when we were even in high school. I was kind of not on I think my younger siblings had a lot more that they were told when they were in public school than I was when I was in public school. We were in a small town, so we're guarded and stuff that way. But even some of the things that at the end of that, culturally and in college, that really just create a lot of ill definition around what it is to be a man, if you can be a man, and all those types of things that are crazy questions that I never thought we would be asking.
Yeah, culture wasn't asking that 100 years ago.
It wasn't. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right. 30 years ago wasn't asking that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does that connect to your daily job at Trail Life?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you make the connection? What is the connection point? Because you're talking with pastors.
Yep.
Mostly pastors on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
Helping them make the decision on whether they want to bring Trail Life Troop.
Yeah. So the piece there is, if you're a church and you have boys in the church already, Trail Life's a great intentional discipleship path for them. So it gives them a clear path. It gives them clear markers. Really creates a lot of definition and structure, so that you don't have to go create that. You can instill the values, the character, the leadership, your church culture into the next generation. But it also gives you a really attractive opportunity to say, we've got something that we would love for your son to be a part of. Whether you're part of our church, you're part of the community, you can go to schools, you can go to other areas, and invite somebody out. And it's not as hard of an ask as inviting somebody to Sunday school class, because that's not going to go over well if they don't go to church yet. But being able to say, hey, we'd love to go take you on our next camping trip, that kind of thing, or even just come hang out with us, experience what trail life's like. I think that's a great way to just connect the dots for a pastor of who's looking at something that he's trying to reach the next generation, his church and his community. This is a great way to do that, where we're still Christ-centered, we're still boy-focused, but it's not so churchy as some of the other pieces are that you might already have in place.
Yeah, awesome. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the highest percentage of that moment when you see the light bulb go off? Or come on, not go off. Come on. When you see the light bulb come on for a pastor, what is the number 1, 2, or 3 things?
Yeah, so I think the big thing is seeing, kind of like we just talked about, something that I can offer to, value that I can offer to my families in my church, but also the community, and really seeing it that way. Something that they own and operate through that too, something that they get to make the decisions on, they drive, it's their men leading it, and that really gets into, I think, what the second piece is one of the biggest things is, there's guys in the church who aren't deployed yet. They're sitting there waiting on the sidelines. God's got something in store for them, and there's some things that they're maybe doing already, but this is a great opportunity for the pastor to say, we need you to continue carrying the baton and handing it to the next generation, and Trail Life's a great opportunity for that. When you connect that dot, now it's not just a boys program, it's also something that's an intergenerational men's ministry. It's going to grow my church and strengthen it. Really create a stronger legacy of what the church is in that area, what they're doing, and really what the kingdom's doing.
Tell me a little bit about your personal journey with Christ, your personal journey and how you've grown over the last couple of years, 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, you've been with Trail Life for 2.5 years, I guess.
Yep.
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so grew up in a small community, like I said earlier, so we were...
Shipshawana, everybody.
Yeah.
Shout out to all my Shipshawani peeps.
So... Yeah, we kind of lived in a bubble there as far as the area that we're in, the culture and some of those things. So we weren't exposed to a lot of the things that would have been happening.
Very Amish culture.
Very Amish culture, that's right. Traditional values. So we didn't have a lot of exposure to the world around us as far as some of the current political things that would have been happening and all that kind of stuff. So, growing up, we went to church for the most part. My entire time growing up, there were some breaks in there where we did some different things, but always somebody who at home the stressed importance of spending time in the Word and being able to spend time in prayer and time with the Lord. So that was always something that was important to me growing up, and became a lot more personal into college. And then I think as I continued to move through milestones in life, marriage, buying a house, even some of those things, I continued to, feel more weight of the responsibility of the work that's to be done. And so really feeling more conviction, I think, in that, things that we have to do. And so that's been a big thing, I think, in the last couple of years, especially being at Trail Life. I mean, it's hard to, I think, not grow spiritually while you're with such a great team. And so really, I think, just really leaning more on God and realizing, the things that I need to be held accountable for, the things that I need to hold others accountable for, and being able to, just maintain character and integrity through it all.
Yeah, awesome. 60 seconds.
Yep.
Your message to a pastor. I want you to speak straight to his heart.
Okay.
I want you to be direct.
Yeah.
Tell the pastor why he needs to do Trail Life.
Yeah, so really the biggest thing that I think as a pastor, and we're, again, Christ-centered, boy-focused, so the program is for young men, but the biggest thing is you're going to be pouring into that next generation while you're also increasing the wins that you have right now with the guys in your church. So this isn't, it's a long-term play on being able to build character conviction and deploy that into the next generation, but it's also a current play on, we want the guys right now to step up and do something more.
Yeah.
You're going to have stronger families because you have stronger fathers, you have stronger husbands, and you have stronger men.
Man, that's good.
So if guys are supposed to lead the family, it's a great way to get them to step up and be able to take baby steps towards that, but also be able to challenge them to grow in it too.
Awesome. 60 seconds. You can say anything you want to say. We got a beep button. So 60 seconds, anything you want to say to the world.
To the world. I think.
And there's the world.
There's the world right there. Yeah, I think.
You can look at me if it makes you feel better. And 60 seconds starts right now.
Starts right now. There you go. So, I think really just looking at the place where we're at right now and seeing there's been a great, I think, return. A lot of people are aware of it, but a great return to some of the more biblically based values that really ground, create a lot of structure. And so there's I think there's still a lot of hurting in the world and uncertainty. And for the people who are kind of in that boat, I think leaning on the Word, leaning on truth, those things are not going to steer you wrong. Trail Life's a great opportunity for that for boys and for men. And so it's the place to be if you're working on advancing biblical masculinity and building up that next generation.
Alex Stutzman, everybody. Appreciate you being here, brother.
Yeah, man.
Love you, man.
Good to talk with you.
You as well.
It probably started when I was in high school. The degradation of men. You see it constantly. I just think about the Barbie movie that just came out and how patriarchy is a bad thing. It's evil, and you see that impact on boys today. Mark talks about how they underperform girls in almost every arena now. But I was thinking today when we were talking about some of the things in the general session, men have been integral to spreading God's word, to scientific advancements, to basically everything that we have done as human beings.
With true respect for women.
Oh, that's what biblical manhood is about.
Exactly.
It is not about degrading women. It is about walking arm in arm. God put men here for a reason, but we have our role, and we have acquiesced in that role in so many arenas, especially in the United States today, but globally, we've just acquiesced our manhood, and we got to get it back.
Right, and we're not redefining biblical manhood or biblical femininity. What we're doing is we're raising up
bringing
the
it back.
again.
And as best I can see, there is no other organization out there like Trail Life that is really feeding into the next generation of young men. There are men and women because he created us in that fashion, and we have a role to play, and we have lost that. And that's what Trail Life is doing, is it's bringing biblical manhood back.
Hey guys, Asher here. Well, the competition is still raging full force. Hudson and Tian, they're making some awesome stuff for Morgan, and I'm really excited. I'm going to be showing you guys how to make pine needle tea, and I guarantee it's going to be the best tea that Morgan has ever tasted in his life. It better be, because otherwise I'm going to lose competition. So, you guys are watching Trail Hacks. So it's summertime right now, but actually what's great about pine needle tea is that you can make it any time during the year. Pines are evergreens, and so you can always rely on pines to provide those nice little needles, and it's going to make a really tasty treat for Morgan. So right now I'm just looking around, trying to find a nice pine tree, and I'm going to look for kind of the needles that are really nice and soft and green. They're going to be really delicious and tasty, full of life. So follow me as we look around here. Okay guys, here we go. Perfect. So you can go ahead and pick your needles from like a huge full-grown tree, but I have a feeling that this little sapling actually might even be more tasty since it's so young and fresh. Let's give it a go. Let's see what it tastes like. Right, I'm really excited to go ahead and get started here. It's pretty straightforward. I have my my pot here. I have some water and even a little bit of sugar to give it a nice sweet tang. So I have my needles, and I'm just gonna go ahead and start picking them off, and you wanna be sure that you don't get any of the branches along with it. You just want the needles, because that's what's gonna have the taste. Pine needles smell so good. Making tea is fun regardless of where you are, but it's especially enjoyable when you're out on the trail. This is probably the most important part of making the tea is this brewing process. You don't want to put it like in the very hottest part of the fire just so that it boils super strong. You kind of want to keep it on the side a little bit and more of render it. You want it to be kind of a slow brewing process where it really just seeps the needles for a good while. And if you want to get it more flavorful, you don't put it on the hotter heat. You just put more needles into it. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just kind of slowly making it heat up. Time for my secret ingredient, sugar. This is really going to make it pop. More pine needles. All right, the tea has seeped for long enough, so now I'm just gonna carefully pour it into this little cup. If a couple needles do fall in, that's okay. You can always just pick those out later. All right, there you have it, 1 cup of pine needle tea. I'm gonna go ahead and take it over to Morgan and see what he thinks. So basically, I poured my heart and soul into this cup, and It's delicious and it's steaming and it actually has a depth of flavor. So I hope you enjoy and don't drink it all at once. Just take your time and slowly.
Is this just for
enjoy.
decoration, or am I supposed
That's
to
just for
garnish
dramatic
it?
effect. Yeah.
Dramatic effect. All right. Well, thank you. This looks amazing, Asher. Cheers. It's pine needles.
Cheers.
Asher, way to go. This is good. I'm impressed. I mean, I think you pulled off an excellent pine needle tea here. I'm going to finish this entire cup. Good job, Asher.
All right.
Well done. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Glad you liked it, Morgan.
Yep. I'm loving it. Pine needle tea.
Guys, thank you for watching. Make sure you stay till the end of these episodes to figure out who wins this whole cooking competition. If you guys enjoyed the video and learned something cool like how to make needle tea, then go ahead and like and subscribe. If you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and becoming part of a troop, then go over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about my brothers and I and some of the cool adventures that we've had over the years, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
Trail Life Media Row booth. We've got another fantastic interview with you. I met Jim last night. We had about a 10-20 minute conversation. Fascinating story. Has had a documentary done on him, and I think it's a real testament, your story, Jim, to what it means to not be a man that you're proud of and move to being a man that you're proud of, or at least one that you're proud of the steps that you've taken and got there. And we know all glory goes to God, right?
All the glory goes to God.
That's right. So, Jim, tell us a little bit about you. By the way, he's had a documentary done on him and his life by the Greg Laurie Foundation, by Greg Laurie. And so, tell us. It's an awesome story.
Well, unfortunately, when I graduated from college as an engineer, I made buku money immediately. And this was in the early 80s. Time magazine came out with an article on cocaine and said that cocaine was the Superman's high. You had to be rich, and it wasn't addictive. And the money I was making right out of college was such that sounds like that's for me. So I won't go into all the detail, but 35 years later, I found myself addicted to cocaine and an alcoholic. And after my 7th DUI, I was in the confines of Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Everybody here in Phoenix knows who that is.
Oh, yeah.
And when I was going through the matrix, that's where they assess you and they tell you, okay, Jim, you're going to have 8 years in prison. We're tired of seeing you. It caught my attention. And so I reached out to a man of the cloth. I didn't care if he was a pastor, a rabbi, anybody to speak to. And that gentleman came. And then he shared with me the gospel like I'd never heard it. Maybe it was because I was so scared when they told me I was going to have an 8-year prison sentence that I finally started listening with my heart and not my head. Because intellectual faith is not the same as saving faith. It's not enough just to know that Jesus Christ died for our sins and rose again. No. When you accept Jesus Christ into your heart, you become a new believer and you are changed. And that's what happened to me. Right then and there, that happened, and I had what is called a Saul to Paul transformation. I had been a drug addict, an alcoholic for over 35 years, and then bam, everything was just totally different. Seriously, I was totally healed right then and there. Didn't even go through withdrawal.
Wow.
And so the first thing I started praying for, because I knew that I now was a born-again believer. I felt it, I knew it, and so I started praying for his direction, instruction, and guidance, thinking that I was going to have 8 years in prison, and I was going to do everything I could to share what I now had. It was instantaneously. I want to immediately share with others this feeling of freedom that I had received when he entered into my heart. And so it was the Holy Spirit, our helper, our advocate, when you accept Jesus Christ.
So let me, Jim, incredible conversion experience. Let me hit the pause button really quick. So for 35 years, you got out of college. I know there was a God-shaped void in your heart, but explain your upbringing a little bit that kind of may have led you down that road. Were there any things that were missing in terms of father or relationship or anything along those lines?
Wow. I don't know what I can go ahead and share on, right now about that, but
we have a beat button.
Turn it on now. Actually, I had an excellent childhood. My mother and father were everything a mother and father could be during the years that I actually grew up.
Yeah.
But I strayed away and did some things young in my life that made me think that I had committed the unforgivable sin. And because of that, at the age of 19, when that happened, that's when I decided that, okay, I'm here on earth for the next, who knows how long. I'm going to do everything I can to go ahead and just appease my flesh. I was raised that there were two types of sin, venial sin and mortal sin. And the venial sin was a, everyday kind of sin, no big deal, lying, cheating, stealing. You weren't going to go to hell for that, but you were going to go to hell if you did a mortal sin. And the mortal sin with the church that I was belonging to, or I grew up in, told me that I would go to hell for murder. And by the age of 19, unfortunately, I had murdered not one, but two innocent unborn babies through the act of abortion. Paying for those abortions. And so I felt, okay, I'm going to go to hell. I'm just going to...
So you're at this place, you're just living for self.
Yeah.
At that point. What makes me happy, what brings me joy.
Right.
Not joy, but what makes me feel happy momentarily.
Right.
Okay.
So, and happiness is not the same as joyfulness. As you know, happiness is a state of mind during a particular point in time due to an event, where joyfulness is a state of being that is brought on when you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and you have the Holy Spirit in your heart, and then you have the fruits of the Spirit, which are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, humility, and self-control. The second part there being the joy. So joyfulness is indeed a state of being, and that's what I have now. I have joy.
Fantastic.
Okay, but to answer your question, I was trying to be happy.
Yeah.
And I was filling my heart, that big void, with all these things that made me happy for a season. Like cars and women and drugs and you name it. But nothing stuck. Nothing, I go on to the next thing.
So here you are, you have this radical salvation experience. And then you immediately, from the story last night, use a tool and go start sharing the gospel with people.
That's correct. So this is what changed my life. So that first day, and I knew that I was a born-again believer, praying for his direction, instruction, and guidance, the next moment in my mind was, get a Bible. So I'm running up and down the jail cell. Hey, anybody got a Bible? Anybody got a Bible? Nobody had one that day, but the next day, some guy came into my cell and said, hey, I just got sentenced. I'm going to prison. Are you the guy looking for the Bible? I said, yes. And he threw me, this is back in 2010, he threw me the first edition of the Greg Laurie New Believer's Bible.
Wow.
And I didn't know who Greg Laurie was. I look at the Bible, and the first 53 pages of that Bible explain the essentials of Christianity. I'm going, wow, this is exactly what it is that I need. Who is God? Who is Jesus? Who is the Holy Spirit? If God is so good, why is there evil in the world? Right. It was answering all these questions that I had all the time, but now I had it written down in this Bible. So, you know what I'm going to do while I'm in jail, waiting to go ahead and be sentenced to, I'm going to read the Bible. And so what a great place to go ahead and study the Bible when there's nothing else to do but study the Bible. So that's what I did. I studied the Bible. I became as best as I possibly could, and I started preaching the Word a month later, actually having church in the pod. And I have to tell you, a week after being arrested, they transferred me to a different pod, to the Sheriff Ohio has, to the worst pod that he had, maximum security. And immediately when I walked in, there was something very different about it. And the head of my race, called the Woods, came up to me and said, "What are you in for?" And I said, "DUI." And he goes, "Well, no one's in here for DUI. What are you in here for, really?"
What'd you really do?
And I said, "DUI." He goes, "Nobody's in here." I said, "We're all killers and rapists and drug dealers, and hey, can you fight?" And I said, "Yeah, I can fight." And he goes, "Well, you're going to fight that guy over there at 3 o'clock, and if you don't, we're going to be beating you up." So I didn't get beat up. I got stabbed.
Wow.
So,
holy cow.
Yeah, so I was out of my element. But the thing is, I also had a Bible. Wow. The New Believer's Bible. And it was just a matter of time before
I thought you were going to tell me you had this Bible in your pocket and the knife hit the Bible and saved your life.
No.
That would have been awesome.
Okay, well, let's rewind. Let's start all over. But the unique thing about this, I was able to utilize the New Believer's Bible and just really have church and bring people in that worst pod of Sheriff Joe Arpaio to his best pod.
Okay, so let me hit the pause button. So, live for self. Then we roll into radically saved. Somebody hands you the Bible. You read the first 53 pages of it.
Yep.
You're like, I got the essentials of the gospel.
Yep.
Get transferred. God knows what he's doing. He transfers you to the worst pod in Sheriff Arpaio's jail system. And here you are with rapists, killers, murderers, drug dealers, all the worst of the worst in prison.
Yes.
And then you go to do what?
Well, while I'm in jail still?
Yeah.
You mean while I'm there? This is where everything changed, you guys. So when I started having church in the pod, it was just a few people. No big deal. But I announced to anybody and everybody before they went in to go get sentenced. Okay, so when you're in jail, you're there waiting to go ahead and go to see the judge and be sentenced to prison. So I said, before you guys go get sentenced, come into the church. We'll lay hands on you and we'll pray for you and favor from the judge for you. And immediately said, well, how's that going to hurt? So
everybody's lining up.
So people are coming in and hey, I'm going to be sentenced tomorrow, Jim. Will you pray for me? And so we lay hands on him. We pray for him, and inevitably, every single person that came back from their sentencing hearing came back with at least 50% of their sentence reduced.
Wow.
And so people start taking notice. Hey, you got to go to Morrissey's. Let him lay hands on you before you go see the judge.
You're the prison guru at this point.
At this point in time, I became
John the Baptist. That's what that's like.
So this is the big coup de grace here. So now it's my turn to go ahead and be sentenced, and I go, and I'm supposed to get 8 years, but because of how the pod changed, this is 5 months later now. I'm the 5 months, all the different court appearances, and now I'm finally supposed to go in and be sentenced, and I go in, and the DOs, the officers and other people, and all the letters were written in my behalf, and the judge, the female judge at the time, who had a really reputation for giving the hardest sentences to anybody that had a DUI, because there was something, she didn't like drunks, and nobody should, especially drunks that are driving. And one thing I guess I failed to go ahead and let you know, the 6th time and the 7th time that I got caught DUI, I blew a .28. That's practically comatose, and no one should have been on the road.
Right.
And so she looked at all the information there, and she said, Mr. Morrissey, I don't know why it is that I'm doing this, but these letters that came in and the things that have changed in the pod since you've been there, I'm only going to sentence you to 3 months in prison. So instead of the 8 years, I got 3 months. When I went back and told the 80-man pod that I got 3 months, everybody came to church the next day. Everybody. Everybody wanted to have a little bit what I had, and what I had was Jesus.
Right.
Right. And so you gave me a number that seemed almost unreal last night. 1,658 salvations. Did I get that number right?
No, you did not. That was when Greg Glory came to meet me. I had at that time evangelized 1,622.
22.
But as of yesterday, and I gave it to one of the staff members, her name is Megan, she got the iconic number, and I'm not making this up, 2,500. The Bible I have in front of me right now is 2,501 that I'm ready to go ahead and talk to someone and just evangelize them.
Wow.
So wherever I go, in the food store, I go to the sports store, wherever I go, I have a Bible with me, just ready to go ahead and evangelize and give someone the Bible, because the Bible, the Word of God, it is essential to being the man that you guys were talking about in the first place.
Right.
Being a man, you need to provide, protect, and preserve. And preserve what? Preserve the essentials of Christianity. And to preserve the essentials of Christianity means you have to know the Bible. And what is the Bible? The Bible is the mind of God to mankind. And it's also the direction, instruction, and guidance manual on how to live life.
Fantastic.
And the slogan for the direction, instruction, and guidance ministry is just dig it. And so when I go out and speak to all the men and women at all the alcohol and drug centers throughout the United States, we find out, or they find out, that the it in just dig it is the Bible. Read it to be wise. Practice it to be holy. Believe it to be saved.
Love it.
Jim, that's awesome. You know, Jim, listening to your story, you actually remind me of my dad. So my dad, Navy guy, both him and my mom came to know the Lord. I was a toddler, and I remember being very little. And my dad came home, came to know the Lord, had a radical conversion, and he tells this story a lot. He's 84 now. He's on the early sets of dementia. But he loves telling the story. Remember coming home, he poured out all of the liquor into the sink, and I'm like, Dad, why don't you give that to someone? Why are you wasting it? We talk about that story a lot, but he never touched it again, like how you didn't have with withdrawals. But I remember as a boy, but even now as his son, thinking about how the Lord intervened. And then that generational impact that has had, like on my parents being first generation Christians. I'm now second. My kids are third. And it all because of God grabbing a hold of my dad and my mom and then passing it along to us. And so just kind of hearing that story reminded me of my dad.
Really
yeah.
Joyful for
Well, that's the beauty. I think, and that's the beauty, I think, even what we do is that when we have these conversions, when the Lord captures our heart, then it's not meant. It's never meant to stay with us. It is meant to be a part of His plan of redemption, where then you become the opportunity to share the good news with them as well. So,
right.
I love that.
That's it.
Jim, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot since we've been at Turning Point, I mentioned this in a couple of other interviews this morning, is Charlie Kirk was this archetype of, when I think of Charlie Kirk, when he swung his legs over the side of the bed in the morning, when he put his feet on the ground and stood up. Am I still with you? I heard it. It clicked off. Okay. Put his feet on the ground and stood up. He stood up as a man who was fully embracing what God had called him to do, who God had made him to be. He was living his full self. And I think there's something locked up in the inside of a lot of men, that even believers, who for whatever reason, struggle and know that there's something inside of them that needs to be unlocked so they can live. And I want to say that about you too, that I think you, much like Charlie Kirk, are living exactly what God had called you to do in this life. And you kind of started later in life, but when you embraced it, man, here they are doing movies about you. You know, it's amazing what a man who's fully surrendered to the Lord and understands what God is calling him to do, how God will move in that. You know, Scripture says that the eyes of the Lord search to and fro over the surface of the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him.
Indeed.
And I want to say that about you. I think you're living in a way much like how I one of the reasons I admired Charlie Kirk's example, because here was a kid, right, at 18 years old who's walking in and trying to raise $10,000 to start this thing, and here we sit.
Right.
Yes.
Here we sit, and it's unbelieving. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
But a segue with what you got to say to the listeners out there, God has a plan and a purpose just for you. And that's what I found out that day when I had that Saul to Paul transformation. I found out what that plan and that purpose was for me, and I've been living it ever since. And so my life has been radically changed. And when you go to that production, that video that Greg Laurie made of me when he heard about what I was doing with his Bible, the very, very last sentence that I say when I look into the camera, I say, I don't live my life anymore for Jim Morsey. Instead, I give my life evermore to Jesus Christ.
Amen. That is awesome.
So, Jim, I noticed as you're sitting here, you pulled a picture out. Can tell us a little bit about that picture with you and Charlie?
Okay. So, the interesting thing about this picture is that...
but it's you and him holding a picture of you and him.
That's right. I didn't know we were actually on a camera. I thought this was just radio.
No, we're on a camera. Doing great.
All this time, okay. Now I'm really embarrassed.
You're all good.
So what's happening here is that a friend of mine, Barry Goldwater Jr., called me up and said, hey, Jim.
Name dropper?
Indeed. He says, this gentleman is going to be at Dream City Church here I built the green room. I'm a general contractor by trade, and so I built the green room at Dream City Church. He goes, I want to introduce you to Charlie Kirk. And it was 5 minutes before I was leaving, and so I didn't have time to Google. I didn't know who Charlie was, but I knew I was going to give him a Bible. So I took a Bible with me, and I'm being introduced to Barry. It was like a big joke with Barry, and he even had his camera there. So he introduced me to Charlie, and we're talking a little bit, and so I said, Charlie, I know you don't know me, but may I go ahead and gift you this Bible? This is 1,000. It was 1,000. Gosh, I can't remember, 821 or something like that. And he looked at everybody else, and he says, yeah, I'll accept that. So while he was accepting the Bible, which is what this first picture is here, Goldwater took a picture of that. And then when I found out who Charlie Kirk was, I go, oh my gosh. I mean, really? I'm trying to go ahead and give Charlie Kirk a Bible?
Right.
And so
did you just drop the knowledge that you led Charlie Kirk to the Lord? No.
No. So 6 months later, Barry calls me up and says, hey, Jim, we're going to take a tour of the Dream City campus with Charlie because he wants to go ahead and prep it and look to see if Donald Trump wants to utilize it for the big rally that we're planning. This is right before the first time he got into office. And I said, okay, great. So I'm going to take the picture that Barry Goldwater took of me, and I'm going to have Charlie sign it.
That's awesome.
So I get to the green room, and I'm a little bit late, and everybody is in the green room. And I get in there, and everybody says, hi, Jim, how you doing? And I went straight up to Charlie. I said, hey, Charlie, I said, I know I'm much older than you, and you're probably going to think this is silly, but will you sign this picture? And he looked at me, and then he looked at the picture, and he just started laughing hysterically. And now I'm really embarrassed. And everybody's going, golly, Charlie, why are you laughing at the picture? And he goes, look, you guys, this is 6 months later, and we're wearing the exact same clothes. So we decided to take the picture and take a picture of the picture.
That is awesome.
Let's show it one more time.
So if you look at it, we're wearing the exact same clothes, and everybody in the green room decided to go ahead and pass the hat and give us some money so we can buy new clothes.
That is a great story.
Jim, we're going to wrap this up with 2 60-second questions.
Okay.
And if you need a little bit longer, because I know you can talk. If you need a little bit longer, take it. So 60 seconds. I want you to, you don't know many or any. I want you to speak to our young trailmen who are 5 to 18. They're in an adventure character leadership program, and I want you to give them a message from your heart to theirs.
Hi, you guys. It's real simple. It's the Bible. The Bible is the Word of God. Everything, any question that you may have, any situation that you may be going through, what trial, what tribulation, hey, even great joyfulness. If you're having a feeling, you can find it and then respond to it in the Bible. The Bible is the Word of God, and it's the direction, instruction, and guidance manual on how to live life. That's where you go, you guys. The more that you're able to go ahead and study the Bible and know scripture verse in your heart, by heart, you will be the man that God has planned and purposed you. And that's my 60 seconds.
That's good.
That is really good. I think you hit it, nailed it right on the head.
That was good.
All right. Last 60-second question. I want you to look at the world and tell them why to follow the God that you follow.
I follow Jesus Christ because he is my Lord and Savior. He died for my sins. The sins of these men right here, the sins of all the world. You guys, if you don't believe that fact, then you will spend eternity in hell instead of eternity in heaven. It's that simple. And I'm going to digress a little bit.
That's all right.
Okay.
Good.
There's a gentleman, friend of mine, that I've been trying to go ahead and evangelize for years. And finally I decided to take a little bit different approach. And instead of trying to love on him, I decided to go ahead and tell him what hell was like. And so it's real simple. Hell is trash. So I took this good friend of mine, I said, you know what? If you don't come to know Jesus, you're trash now and you're going to be trash for eternity. And he was shocked. He was shocked. He goes, what are you talking about, Jim? And I said, hell is 24/7 of torment, regret, anguish, separation from God, and hopelessness. That's all biblical. I could spend a whole message, which I have, and I do have a message on TRASH, torment, regret, anguish, separation from God, and hopelessness. And that's hell. And can you imagine having that 24/7 over and over and over and over and over?
So in the drop the mic moment, give us that acronym one more time.
Trash, torment, regret, anguish, separation from God, and hopelessness.
Man.
By the way, I have that copyrighted, so if you use it, you need to go ahead and
send a donation. And let me tell you how you can get a hold of Jim. You can go to visit his website at www.justdigitusa.com.
I love it.
Yeah.
So it's Just Dig It. What's the it, everybody? The Bible. That's right. JustDigItUSA.com. Jim, can't thank you enough. Thank you for joining us.
This has been great. God bless you, brother.
God bless you.
Hey guys, I'm Asher Wild. Today, as you can tell, it's really rainy, it's damp out. Really not the funnest day to be outside doing stuff, but oftentimes you're gonna find yourself probably out in the woods on such days like this. And so I'm gonna show you guys how to make a fire even when it's all wet outside and it's hard to find firewood that's dry enough to start one. You guys are watching Trail Hats. Now, It's been raining all morning and the forest is absolutely drenched, but fire is so crucial when you're out in the wild. You need it to stay warm, you need it to cook your food, etc. So even though it's super wet out, that's not gonna stop us from making a nice toasty fire. So before I go ahead and start looking for firewood, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a nice area where we can make it and also a platform on which to build the fire. This is really important, guys, so follow me. Okay, I think we found something. This looks pretty good. So what you're looking for is gonna be a tree that it's not doing the best. It's not the healthiest tree ever. There's big areas of shaved off bark, but what's nice about this is that the bark, it's not clinging closely to the tree. Right now it's super loose. And the outside may be wet, but the inside is gonna be nice and dry because no water has been able to get down there. It's coming right off. Now, I just realized there may be some creepy crawlies down inside. I did not think about that. You see that little guy? There's a spider. It's crawling out. Ah, there's a cockroach too. It's okay, sometimes you gotta face your fears in order to get to the good stuff. Take this, put it over there, and this will be a great base on which I can build my awesome fire. Okay, I got my platform to build the fire off of, and now I'm gonna move on to finding kindling and firewood to get this fire roaring. But I can actually use this tree for the same purpose. Right here we see that, like I said, it's dying. And because of that, the wood is really soft. So right here on the outside, it's actually a little bit damp because it's raining out. But if I actually break off some of these first couple layers with my knife here, and the inside should be nice and dry. Okay, so I have my kindling now, and that's a huge step. But kindling is not going to keep the fire going for long. What I need is some big, substantial pieces of wood that's really going to last a long time. So now I'm going to move forward a little bit and try to see if I can find some rotten logs. Rotten logs are perfect because, again, they're weak. I can break them open, and the inside should be nice and dry. And I can be able to use those bigger pieces to keep the fire going for longer. All right, here we go. We found a log. This one may be too far gone. I don't know. It looks pretty drenched, but let's go ahead and see if we can crack it open, see what we find. Be careful, by the way, when you're using your knife. Wow, look at that. Nice and dry. We're gonna have a fire in no time. Sometimes your knife might not suffice. Sometimes you gotta go all karate on this kind of stuff. Hold on. Oh man. Whew, it's raining down on me now. Ah. There we go, easy peasy, right? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and chop this up and then get my fire going. Oh man, the rain's coming down now. I gotta cover up my wood. I took out my rain coat and put it over the firewood so it doesn't get too wet. I worked too hard for it, you know? Well, it's still raining, but it died down at least a little bit, so I'm gonna seize the moment and get all my fire stuff and take it over to a cleared area, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this fire started. And I actually am, even though we're in Florida, it is getting a little bit chillier out, so the fire will be nice. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use my foul weather gear here as a kind of emergency shelter as I get this fire going. So here, come underneath the tent in a sense. I'm gonna go ahead and get my platform set up here with my bark that I got from earlier. It is a little bit wet now because, well, it started pouring on us, but that's okay. My other firewood over here, let me kind of get it nice and close so that when it's time, I can quickly apply it. For my fire starter, I'm going to use a little bit of lint that I brought along. This is perfect. This will take a spark. So I'm going to get it going right there. I'm going to spread it around a little bit. Now you're going to take out your flint. You got your knife. Be very careful. Spark is gone. All right. Got a flame now. Got to kind of coax this thing into existence. Blow a little bit if you need to, but don't blow too hard. You know, sometimes when it's cold and rainy and you've been hiking all day and you're exhausted and you're hungry, kind of the last thing you want to do is to work on something like this, you know, to get a fire going and to serve everybody else. But really, that's a servant leadership right there. That's what it's all about. Even in those moments when the least thing you want to do is to put more effort into it, you know, work really hard on something like this. You want to make sure that you're always thinking about the other person and going the extra mile to serve everybody else. That's going to go a long way. the trail brings out the best and the worst in us, but moments like this is when your character really counts. When you go the extra mile to serve everybody else and to do the hard things even when it's not comfortable. Guys, thanks so much for watching Trail Hacks. If you like this video, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and some of our videos, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. and if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. Guys, the lightning is coming down. I'm getting out of here. Make a fire. Let's go.
Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
I started Trail Life looking for an alternative outdoor program for my boys. Never expected it to end up being like a band of brothers for us. Iron sharpens iron. I needed it just as much as my boys needed it.
You did.
And then I find these knuckleheads, so it's all right.
So I'm brand new to this. We just started our troop last year, but the amount of resources and the amount of stories and the support that I've gotten from this brotherhood and this program has been phenomenal. I feel like I'm able to do things that I wouldn't normally be able to do without this kind of support. I'm able to lead by example, and the thing that I want most for my son is to be strong and courageous, and I can't think of a better way to do that than to do something that I'm uncomfortable with myself. And so I'm trying to lead by example, and these guys are helping me.
I love Trail Life, got my boys into it, and actually found a home here for myself as well. Met some great men. No matter where you go, it always feels like you're at home. You're already family.
I retired after many years in the military, and there was a brotherhood there, and I didn't know where I was going to find that. And I thank God every day that He's given us something like this to cherish together. The other thing I'm able to do as well is to help brothers in their battles, pray for them in fellowship, and even be there for them when they really, really need somebody. I would go to battle with these guys any day.
I joined Trail Life back in 2019. My son was looking for that outdoor adventure. He wanted to go fishing specifically. Here I am, 4 years later. He's having fun with the troop. At first, I thought, oh, great, we're going to be part of this troop. I'm part of a region. I can go up to North Texas. I can go up to Oklahoma. I can go up to New Mexico. I have brothers. I have brethren I can call upon, someone I can text, someone I can get together. It's a family reunion whenever we are together, and that's Trail Life. And the ministry I had, boom, just the biblical conversations on the drive here for 15 hours, 15 hours of biblical conversation and just how to get out in the outdoors and improve the program. It's real. It's something we care about. It's where we are. It's our heart.
I'm a chaplain, retired Army chaplain, and I was out of the military for 5 years. I was in a funk for several years, just needing to find where God would lead me to the next group, and God brought Trail Life into my life. It was opportunity to hear Mark Hancock on American Family Radio. My wife happened to be in the truck with me that day, and she said, Doug, that's where you need to be. And I tell you, seeing an organization that has their commander as Jesus is just a rewarding thing for all of us, man. And I love being a part of this group. I love these men. They're godly men. And if you're in the time in your life that you need to change, this is an opportunity for you to get into a ministry that loves Jesus. God bless you.
Hey guys, it's Kean here, and today I'm going to be showing you guys how to make what I think is the most important knot ever, the bowline. And there's actually 3 ways to make it: the regular bowline, the one-handed bowline, and the flying bowline. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Guys, there's a million different types of knots out there, and to tell you the truth, I don't know very many of them at all. But the really important knots that you need and use all the time are those that are easy to make and easy to undo afterwards. And the bowline really fits all those marks. And so I'm excited to teach you guys about it today. And I actually learned how to make this while my family and I lived on our wooden devil canoe, the Chendarawasi. And man, I use the bowline all the time because it's so useful and it's really easy to undo. And so I'm gonna teach you guys 3 ways to make it today: the regular bowline, the one-handed bowline, and then the flying bowline. So let's get started. All right, that was the fast way. Now I'm gonna slow down and teach you guys how to do it. So first, you're gonna make a loop in your rope. You see that, how it's on the top right there? That's super important. If you don't do that, the knot's not gonna work. An easy way to remember this knot is actually by telling a story. So this is the story of the rabbit, all right? He comes out of this hole, he goes around his tree, and then he goes back down to his hole. And by remembering the story, there's no way you can forget this knot. So here we go. Here's the rabbit. He goes up from his hole, then he goes around the tree. Then he goes back down to his hole. All right, and then you're gonna grab these two parts of the rope, see that? And then tighten it. Boom, that's the bowline. You've done it, good job. And this knot will not come undone. No matter how much you pull on that, man, the rope's gonna snap before that knot comes undone. But look how easy it is to untie it. You just pull out this little rope, boom, you're good to go. Now you guys know how to do the bowline knot, but there's lots of variations on this knot. So next I'm gonna show you how to do the one-handed bowline. Now, I learned this for emergency situations in case of a man overboard situation. While we're living on our boat, there's always a chance that someone might fall off. So if I'd fall off the boat and my brothers threw me a rope, what would I do with it? I would need to use a one-handed bowline to secure the rope to myself so I could hang on to it. So imagine that this line is connected to the boat. So what I would do is, I would grab it, pull it around me, and then do the one-handed bowline. Let's break this down step by step. First, with your right hand, you're gonna reach around and pull the rope around you. All right, it should look something like this right here. Next, you're gonna use your right hand and cross it over the rope. Now, pay attention for this part because it's gonna be a little bit complicated. You're gonna go up through this triangular hole right here and come around. And then, if you look closely, we have our old friend again, the rabbit, the hole, and the tree. All right, so we're gonna take it from there. So if you look, the rabbit's already outside the hole. So he's gonna go around the tree again, back through the hole, and then you pull. So now guys, if it was on like a stormy day like today, you found yourself overboard and someone threw you a rope, man, you'd be good to go. You could tie yourself a one-handed bowline, climb back aboard, safe and sound. Now we get to learn the fun one, the flying bowline. This one looks so cool, but it's actually really easy to do. So pay close attention, I'll teach you guys how to make it. So that looks super complicated, but it's actually really easy. First, hold the rope on your open palms like this. Your palms face upwards. The end of the rope needs to be on your right hand. Next, you're gonna take your left hand and you're gonna twist the rope, make a little loop like that. Then, this is kind of the tricky part. With your right hand, you're gonna make a loop go around. Now we're gonna do a slow-mo of this so you can see it, but the loop needs to go around both parts of the rope. Okay, now you have two loops. So the one on your right hand, you're gonna put through the loop on your left hand. And then grabbing this end of the rope and this part, you're gonna pull. There we go, just like that. So those are the steps you need to make the flying bowline. And let me tell you guys, practice makes perfect. So practice it, and before you know it, you'll be a master. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like and subscribe below. And if you're interested about joining Trail Life USA and becoming a member of one of their troops, head over to traillifeusa.com. And if you want to see more adventures of myself and my brothers, head over to wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks, guys.
Hey, welcome back to AmericaFest, Turning Point USA, Trail Life USA booth. And man, do we not have an incredible lineup tonight at 6 p.m.
Incredible.
Pacific time. No, Mountain time.
Mountain time.
Mountain time.
It's 2 hours from Eastern, I know that.
8 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern.
That's right.
We're excited. We're going to have the senior director of Turning Point Faith here in the booth with Mark Hancock. You are not going to want to miss it. So make sure, even if you have to go get dinner for the kiddos or you got to do whatever, make sure you're back online at 6 p.m. to watch it. It's going to be really fantastic. And one of the reasons I'm so excited about that, guys, is these guys are the tip of the spear right now for what's happening in Christianity in America and really all over the world. And so his department facilitated and did the whole Charlie Kirk memorial service where 160 million people heard the gospel clearly articulated. Absolutely incredible. And we know already what Turning Point is meaning to the masculine heart of America and really the entire Western world. But also, as we learned last night at the pastor's dinner, what they're doing in the hearts of churches around the country in the movement that fits exactly what Trail Life is doing.
Yeah, that's one. We talked a lot today about why we are here, and to sponsor that pastor dinner last night was really actually a really special moment, I think, for us, and to really hear, especially Lucas, who will be joining us at 6, to hear his heart as a pastor, as an author, about what the church's role is at this time, and so for Trail Life to position itself in a way to say, no, we want to be about what you are taking a stand on, and not in a way that, I think there could be some, a negative kind of response to that about, is Trail Life becoming a political organization? And we talked about that earlier, which I want to continue to emphasize, no. But because we are no longer as a culture able to identify male and female by the way God has designed those things, we at the end of the day will stand on that truth. And we're unapologetic about that as an organization, that we are Christ-centered and boy-focused.
That's right.
That's who we are.
That's right.
And so I think because of that, we have an alliance with Turning Point USA in their faith division. And so to hear what they're doing, it is going to be really special for us to continue to find ways to partner with them and equip pastors ultimately to do the work that God has called them to do. We want to make, not the pastor the hero, we want to make Jesus the hero. But obviously the church is a vital part of how God has designed his church to reach the lost.
And this ties directly into our 10-year target, our mission.
It does.
Our mission at Trail Life is to have a troop 30 miles from every boy. There's some caveats there, but it's 30 miles every boy. I want to say that again, 30 miles every boy to have a troop in the United States. And I'm at some of the largest denominational meetings around the country for Southern Baptist, Calvary chapels, Presbyterians, strong evangelical denominations, and we put our big tent up at these events, and consistently the number one message we hear is, what is Trail Life?
That's right.
And so to expand our reach is why we're here.
Yeah.
To put a troop within, so no boy's heart is left without what Trail Life can provide, the adventure, the character, and the leadership.
Well said.
And that's why we're here.
And we're talking about the why matters. And we've hit that a couple times. But across the country, men are realizing that culture doesn't have an answer. Yeah. And a culture that can't identify what a man is, it can't tell you how a man should behave. Culture can't tell you what a man should look like. And so men and boys are looking to the church. And we're seeing a return in mass numbers, in the church is trying to figure out what to do with men. 70% of pastors say their greatest struggle is reaching men. Right. And so as Trail Life, why are we here? What role do we fill in that? And I think helping churches make that connection and give men challenge and meaning, and a lot of those themes that we've hit on today over and over again as we've had discussion, is a huge part. And going back to Charlie Kirk, Kelly, and you said this well, Charlie Kirk stood for so many of those things, for challenge and leaning into hard things and family and faith. And those are definitely things, those aren't conservative things, those shouldn't be liberal things, those should be family things, and the family matters, right. The why matters, and masculinity matters, and we're raising up those kind of men again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so 6 o'clock, Lucas Miles, very excited about that, being able to get him to come on and do this live stream.
And I think if you're kind of on the outside of Turning Point and what's kind of happening on that movement, maybe you felt like it's just a political organization that maybe used scripture to kind of force its agenda. I think you're going to be really shocked by this interview and to hear the heart of the gospel that's kind of painted all over this organization, especially on the Turning Point faith side. And so I challenge you, if you're kind of in that boat and you're like, Turning Point USA, I think you should be hear this interview. Yeah. We heard the heart of an organization that sounded like an evangelical mission group. Who are taking the field, taking the mission field, and really cares about Matthew 28:19. That we're here to bring the gospel to all peoples.
That's right.
And make disciples.
Well, and I want to come back to, Kelly, you've mentioned Turning Point. This is Turning Point Faith Division too, which is growing by leaps and bounds right now. I mean, it's really, God's doing a pretty incredible thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are.
Yeah. So let's wrap up the day a little bit. 6 p.m. be here. Biggest win, Roy?
I think this. When we came here and decided to make this, to be at this, we talked a lot about Media Row. We talked a lot about Radio Row, and what purpose does it serve? And so I think this today has been a huge win for us to really talk about who we are, but in a way that's highly relational. I love the interview earlier with Matt.
Freedom Rangeman.
Freedom Rangeman.
It was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, so so part of that is this is who we are. We believe in the product. Like we are passionate about the product, and you got to see this is what we produce, and we want to produce young men who love the Lord and have courage to want to do that. And so for me today, it's this conversation, and it's positioning Trail Life in a way that ultimately points back to Jesus.
Man, I love that you brought that back to what is our product. And that's why we flew 3 guys all the way across the country to be here, to stand in our booth, to be interviewed with. We're proud of what Trail Life turns out. We know the kind of young, sharp, upperly mobile men that Trail Life, but also, more importantly, masculine and biblical men that Trail Life turns out. It is our product. That's the end goal.
Well, and can I just say, it's all the unknown men that have poured into these guys.
Oh, it's not us.
I mean, it's not us.
That's right.
Yeah. It is the local church. And so this is the part that gets me excited. It is not about us.
That's right.
It's simply providing them a tool for them to be the best version of themselves. So to your point, man, it's those leaders, it's those point men, it's those RTSs. Sorry for the acronyms. But, it's those things that really allow these young men to
I think
thrive
that's RTLs.
RTLs.
It's all right. It's all right.
I'm still learning the
Trail
acronyms.
Life has a lot of acronyms, like the military.
Anyways, so I think that is a big win for at least for me today. And because part of it is I'm new, right? So, this is my first Trail Life event.
Yeah.
All events is like the Super Bowl a little bit for us. And I will compare everything else now compared to this. But
you picked a fine time to come to an event.
I know.
Yeah.
But I've absolutely loved today.
Steven, your biggest win?
Boy, well, Roy took a good one, so I don't want to copy that. So I'll try to piggyback. But I think the thing that surprised me most is walking around talking to people, and at a political, what you would think would be a political organization that's just about conservative and all the things that go with that, the saturation of the gospel. I mean, just you don't walk through here and talk to people without Jesus coming up. There's a number of people we'll be talking to tomorrow, people we'll be interviewing, but the number of Christians who are just sold out and who have been inspired by Charlie Kirk. I was talking to a young man just across the way here earlier, and he said, my life was changed by Charlie Kirk. He said, I was a nominal Christian. I didn't really live that out. And when I heard that, he said, something changed in me. And he said, I'm a different person. And he said, I quit my job and I'm leaning into faith. And what an inspiring testimony that is.
Cool. That is good.
Maybe we'll try to get him on here tomorrow. I don't know. But he's talked to Mark and he's talked to Joe, and he is all excited about Trail Life USA. And God has just gotten a hold of his heart. And that's what the kind of men that we see stepping up in Trail Life all across the country.
Yeah.
Not perfect guys, but guys who just God has gotten a hold of their heart, and they're sold out. And they're like, I want to do something for the next generation.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic.
How about you, big guy?
Big guy. My biggest win is that masculinity transfers. And whether we're talking about Turning Point USA, Turning Point Faith, whether we talk about what's happening in culture, whether we're talking about Trail Life USA, the lack of it in the modern America church, that there's a vacuum for masculinity in this world, and this message, what we're doing, what all of our field volunteers are doing out there in the field, all the churches who pick up the banner, who pick up the standard of Trail Life, it's meeting a need, and you can walk around this place. We're going to do a lot of man on the street interviews around this place over the next couple of days, and I already know you're going to hear everybody kind of address that masculinity issue. It's top and it's foremost. That masculinity transferring is probably the biggest thing that I'm taking away. And the big win for Trail Life today was getting Matt Miller, Freedom Rangeman, 18-year-old, going into the Naval Academy, dropping pearls John Maxwell level pearls on leadership in this, and they're like, well, I guess they do teach leadership at Trail Life.
That's good.
Yeah, big wins. So join us at 6. We're going to reset the booth a little bit. And
8 o'clock Eastern, if you're confused.
8 o'clock Eastern.
7 o'clock Central. 6 o'clock Mountain.
5 o'clock in California and the rest of the coast.
Right.
Yeah. Love you guys. We'll see you soon.
Appreciate it.
Hey guys, Hudson here.
It's good.
While the boys are off working hard in the sun, making snares and fish hooks and whatnot, I'm gonna be just relaxing, chilling here in the shade, making my own homemade slingshot. You're watching Trail Hacks. Growing up over in the jungles of Southeast Asia, my brothers and I, we always carried slingshots. They're just a very practical tool, and they're a lot of fun. So today I'm going to be showing you how to make your very own homemade slingshot. So what I have here are a few different selections of what your Y piece could look like. So these are a couple that I went out just the other day, found and cut. You want to make sure that you're very careful with the saw that you're using or the pocket knife that you're using to cut these, and also make sure that they're responsibly sourced. You don't want to just go hack down a beautiful, young, vibrant tree just for one little piece of wood. Step 1, find your Y handle piece. Super important. And what I like to do is the squeeze test. I like to take both the Y pieces in my hand and squeeze it as hard as I can. If you can't break it, that means it's a good piece. It's going to be strong. It's going to last a long time. Step 2, we're going to attach the rubber tubing onto the Y pieces. And I oftentimes carry around rubber tubing with me. So what I like to do is take my knife, my pocket knife, and just to carve a little bit right here at the base of the Y. And when we secure it, tie it down, it'll be nice and snug. It won't be moving around on the round surface. And what I want, I'm just going to kind of measure. You want probably about an inch and a half of excess rubber right here. And this is where we're going to attach the rubber onto the Y piece. And then pull the remainder back and see about how far you want it to be. I want mine to be about a foot. That's my first piece. And now I'm going to use this as the measurement for my second piece so that they're exactly the same length. So now that we've completed that, we're going to attach rubber tubing. The best method to do this is using rubber bands. So what I do to tie is overlap. I'm going to take this end and I'm basically going to just give it over to my other fingers, just like that. Then I'm going to pull. Very nice simple knot there. Put your rubber tubing down across that little notch that we carved out so it's nice and flat. When we take this, we wrap it around. I'm going to put this end through this side of the rubber band. Basically what it does is it cinches down. Cinches down, and this is going to be basically our starting point. But then we basically just start wrapping around this rubber tubing. So it's important to just continue to maintain the pressure as we wrap it. Don't let go because then it'll all come undone. And then leave some space towards the top so that we can tie the very end of the rubber band. So I've left some excess here. Now in order to tie it off, wrap a little bit around your thumb, not too tight so it doesn't hurt your thumb, and then take the remainder and squeeze it up in that space. Sometimes this can be a little bit tricky. But put the tip of that through that little gap, grab it, pull it tight, and then you pull your thumb out. There we go. Again, applying lots of pressure on that rubber band, wrap the remainder around. So with the very remainder, I'm going to bring it till it's just a little guy. Last little loop here, and I'm just going to twist on itself and put it up top. And that'll keep it secure. And then if you ever need to undo it, all you have to do is take this off the top and the whole thing will unravel. So that is our first strap, our first knot. Now let's do the second one. So now we have both sides secure. Awesome, it's looking a lot more like a slingshot now. Third and final step, attaching the pouch to the rubber tubing. And today I don't have any leather with me, but a great hack I learned when I lived over in the jungle is to use what you have on hand. And the best material that you often have on hand is your backpack straps. All you have to do is cut off a little bit of excess, and this material, this backpack strapping, makes a great slingshot pouch. Don't cut any straps that are necessary to your backpack functioning properly. Only find a piece that's excess, that's not needed, it's not essential. So what you'll want to do is just burn the end of this. That way it doesn't continue to unravel itself. And I'll do the same on my backpack strap right here. And that'll keep it intact. All that remains now is to make a little hole in each side of the pouch. That way I can string my rubber tubing through it. But you don't want it too close to the edge because then it might tear through. Now, on the underside, I'm going to take the lighter and I'm going to basically just do the same thing. I'm going to burn and kind of close up all those little frayed ends. Once you've completed making the holes through your pouch, it's time to attach it to the slingshot. String your rubber through, and again, look how tiny these holes are. They seem really tiny, but trust me, you can work this rubber tubing into them. Once you've gotten the rubber through the pouch hole, we're gonna bend about 1/2 inch of it over the other side, and this is where we're gonna tie it. Cinching down, making that nice connection here. Sweet, we got one end secure. We're gonna do exactly the same thing on the other side. And that, my friends, is a wrap, literally. Alrighty, let's test it out. It's important to shoot the slingshot the right way. Don't be doing anything like this all sissy-like. The correct way to hold it is to wrap your forefinger around the front Y piece. Your thumb supports it right here. You have it at a sideways angle, pull back and launch. Awesome, looks accurate. So there you have it. Now you know how to make your own custom homemade slingshot. If you guys liked this video and found it helpful, like and subscribe below. If you're interested in learning more about trail life and how to become part of a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. If you're interested in the Wild Brothers and more about our adventures and to learn more of the history of the Schroeder Slinger Slingshot, go over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
Hey guys, Morgan here. Today, Hudson, Asher, and myself have split up to try to catch some small game. It's my job to track down some breakfast, and I'm going to do that by setting some overnight snares. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, so first step, we're trying to find a good location to set the snare. I'm looking for something like a game trail, a little pathway that critters regularly travel. You might want to find a water source or a small burrow, droppings, animal droppings. That could be a good sign. Anything that indicates that this is a well-traveled path for animals. Okay, here we go. This looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks like a little game trail. I think I'm gonna set my snare right here. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is not only a game trail, this is looks like the lair of the giant fire ant. Check this out, guys. That's a great trail hack. Always be aware of where you're stepping. That would have made a bad place for my snare. I'm gonna have to find a second location. All right, guys, I found a new little game trail. This one is free of ants, thankfully, so this is where I'm gonna set my snare. Now, the materials you need to pull off this snare is, first of all, a 3 to 4 foot flexible snap stick. Secondly, you need about a half a dozen 1 foot little sticks that are gonna be used for the structure of the snare. Third, you're gonna need 3 to 4 foot stick that we're gonna cut up into smaller sections to make the skeleton, the frame for our snare. Lastly, you'll need a knife and some fishing line. Let's get started. Now, this is the game trail that I'm on right here, and so I'm gonna plant the end of this right here. So once you have your snap stick embedded in the ground like this, you're gonna take the other long 3 to 4 foot stick, and you're actually gonna chop it into 2 hefty guys like this. And then this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the end of this, we're gonna bend it down onto the game trail, and then you're gonna go 6 inches from each side of the end, and you're gonna plant these. So that's 1, 2. Okay, once you have these 2 sticks planted like this, we're gonna take the remainder of the stick that came from them, this nice kind of scrawny end piece, and we're gonna create an arch. And this arch is going to rest right between these 2 sticks. So I'm gonna plant this on this side nice and deep, place it up alongside these 2 sticks, then I'm gonna stick the end like this and create that nice arch. All right, now that we have the skeleton for our snare, we're gonna create the trigger. Okay, first knot, here we go. We take your fishing line, make a nice big loop, pinch it like this between your thumb and forefinger, and you're just gonna take this, the excess here, you're gonna loop it around like that, and you're gonna take the end and you're gonna stick it through that loop that you just made. Now you're gonna take that first knot, that little lasso, that little slip knot, and you're gonna take a little stubby piece of wood like this. It could be really from anything off the ground. You can whittle it, break it off from a branch. This is gonna be our actual trigger. So we're gonna take our loop, we're gonna put it around the trigger, and we're just gonna let that cinch get nice and tight. There we go. Taking our trigger, we're now going to reach up, grab the tip of our snap stick. We're gonna bend it down over the skeleton of our snare, and then we're going to tie this to the snap stick. Now, if you can see here, there's already a natural little knot. That's where I'm gonna secure my trigger to the snap stick. So I'm gonna take about 1.5 inches of line, let it dangle, and then we're just gonna wrap this around and secure it tight. Now the fun begins. We're gonna bend this down, and we're gonna actually set our snap stick. This can be the most dangerous part of setting the snare. So you wanna watch out, you wanna make sure that none of your friends or your own face isn't in the way of this snap stick as you set the trigger. Okay, we're gonna put the trigger, drape it over like that. We're gonna take our little stick here, and we're gonna put it opposite side of the arch. Then you're gonna hold it in position. Meanwhile, bend this a little lower, and you're gonna basically put the trigger across like that. And then this little twig that was floating is suddenly gonna have tension applied, and it's gonna keep it in place. Now that our trigger is successfully holding that little piece of floating wood in place, we're gonna build a platform that's actually supported off the floating piece of wood. And this is going to be what sets off the snare. So this is really fun. It's delicate work. You have to have surgeon's hands. The last thing to do is basically make any kind of slip knot, some kind of a noose that's going to cinch on tension. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna lay that, drape it carefully over our platform. Okay, make sure the noose goes over the whole platform that's on top of it. That looks just about right. Excellent, excellent. I'm excited. All right, time to get the bait. It's been a lot of fun making the snare with you. This is actually a snare that my brothers and I learned how to build growing up in the jungles of Southeast Asia, so it's pretty unique. And the last thing we're gonna do before we set it off to show you how it works is to bait it. I'm gonna put some in my mouth, I'm gonna chew it up until it's nice and fine, and then I'm just going to spit. Yeah, I'm gonna spit all around the area, little pieces of it. You don't want big chunks that are gonna set off the snare. You just wanna scent the general area so that you can attract wildlife. Okay, the moment of truth. So let's give it a shot. Let's pretend that I'm the rabbit, I'm the small game, and I'm coming down the game trail, coming down this pathway. I caught the scent of the fresh carrot, and now I'm coming over. I'm gonna start eating it. Comes up here, puts his foot on the platform. Whoa, look at that. Gets snagged, and he's running around. And hopefully this would hold him overnight until I could come in the morning to track him down. Man, and this is amazing. This is just simple tribal technology, but it works wonders on the trail. So if you take the time to actually learn how to set these snares, you're well on your way to actually catching something. This is awesome. All right, before we head out, I'm gonna reset this, and then we can take off. All right, guys, I've reset the snare back there. It's ready to go. And in order to maximize the potential of actually catching something, I'm gonna go out and set some more, 3 or 4 more. Guys, if you enjoyed watching this trail hack, make sure you go to Trail Life USA to subscribe and to learn more about trail life. Maybe you can even join a local troop. If you want to learn more about my brothers and I and our childhood growing up in the jungles of Southeast Asia, consider going over to our website, Wild Brothers Productions, where you can capture more of our adventures. Thank you guys. God bless.
Hey guys, Hudson and Morgan here. Last you saw us, we were using these 3 sticks, the sun and the shadows, to find our direction, to find true north. Well, we've completed that. Now we're going to use the same setup to find what time of day it is. That way we know if we have enough time to hike out of this forest or if it's time to start setting up camp. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Knowing the time of day is really important. We don't know if we have enough daylight hours to make it out of here, so that means we might have to set up an emergency shelter. We need to know what time it is. So like Hudson said, we're basically going to turn our compass rose into this clock, and it's really a fun method. I'm going to find some nice straight little saplings, and we're going to use that to mark the major hours on the clock so we can kind of determine where we're at today. The sun's really hiding from us.
Awesome, thank you. This is
perfect.
perfect.
Pop back out.
Making your own makeshift clock is a lot of fun because it's effective. So if you remember correctly, we made these 3 sticks to find out which direction we're going in, which is north, this way. Now our first reference point for finding the shadow on our little compass rose here, this is going to be our 12 o'clock. All right, so we have our 12 o'clock, our 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. Now, whenever the sun comes out and the shadow is cast, that's gonna give us an idea of what time it is. So now it's just a waiting game. Whoa. All right, this is something you have to be careful for. Ticks. This little guy is, man, he's looking for blood. He's looking for a host to latch onto. Ticks can carry different diseases like Lyme's disease. You gotta be really aware. So ever so often, check inside the base of your shoe line and your socks. Make sure these guys aren't crawling on you. All right, I think we got our shadow there. Man, the sun disappeared for a while. There it is, there it is.
Oh man.
Just for a minute. Whew. The sun is so sporadic. Right about there. Here, wiggle that stick again, Morgan. Right again.
So we're talking like 12:45?
Yeah, about 12:45-ish, almost 1 o'clock. Wow, so we actually still have a lot of time in the day left.
Man, with what little sunlight we've had, we've been able to find our direction, and now pretty much the time of day. I just think it's so cool because you read in Genesis, and God says He's given us the moon, the sun, different constellations and stars, all for our benefit, so we can help tell the time and know the seasons, and we're out here doing it. I mean, you don't need a compass, you don't need your phone or your watch. God's given us everything we need right out here to really navigate our way out of these woods.
There you guys are. You guys thirsty?
Hey, yeah.
We found water.
All right, awesome. Water. Man, thank you guys.
Did you figure out what direction we're going in?
So we did, actually pretty effectively. This is north, right here.
And what we found out, based on the sun, which is now gone, it's about 1 o'clock, a little before. So what do you guys think? Do we have enough time to escape the woods, or should we set up camp for the day?
If it's only 1 o'clock, we have tons of time. I think we should go for it. We're young, strong, we got this.
Sweet.
Cruise.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's purify our water, all get a good drink, get hydrated, and then bolt out of here.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Sounds great.
Good job, we made it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have our heading true north, and we're gonna bolt out of here as fast as we can. Guys, thanks so much for watching. If you liked this video, go ahead and like and subscribe it. And if you're curious to learn more about Trail Life, feel free to head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about the Wild Brothers and some of our adventures, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. We'll catch you guys later.
Morgan and Hudson are up in the woods a ways trying to figure out what direction we need to go in and how much daylight we have left. It's Asher and I's job to find some water for us so that we can power our way out of these woods and escape. You're watching Trail Hacks. An amazing trail hack we learned living in the jungles is that when you run out of water, look for moss. Moss has so much moisture in it. There's been several times where we're on the trail, completely run out of water, and then we have to actually squeeze the moss to get the moss juice. It's usually very clean. It tastes like dirt, but you're hydrated. So I'm seeing tons of moss around here. This is gonna be perfect.
Kean, I don't know about this, man. This is American moss. This is deer moss.
Dude.
This stuff is dry as cardboard.
It's as dry as a bone.
I know.
How are we gonna find water?
We're in America, so the rules are a little bit different, but I think I know what to do. See, right now we're kind of on the slope right here. I think if we follow the slope downwards, we should make it to a point where
there's a creek
we'll find a creek or something.
I believe we're on a faint game trail here. A game trail is kind of a path through the woods that you can notice where you're just seeing there's a kind of a natural path where animals use to go through. And we're not the only ones who need water out here. Animals do as well. So if you can spot a game trail, usually it leads somewhere in the vicinity of water. So this is really good. We're gonna keep following this, keep going downhill, and hopefully see water soon. We're definitely going downhill. Hopefully we'll reach water soon. We need to stay within calling distance of the boys though.
Yeah, let's not go too far.
Watch out for a spider web.
Oh yeah. Hey Kean,
Yo.
see this?
Yeah.
It's starting to get really green. Usually when you're close to a water source, the environment starts to shift a little bit. Like back where we started, everything was a lot more dry, not super green. But right here, we're starting to see this shift. A lot of the trees and plants are looking more like a jungle actually than a forest. And so I think that's a really good sign. We're probably getting closer to a water source, hopefully a stream or something. Hey Kean, hold on, I think we got something.
No way.
Oh yeah, look at that, it's the stream.
We got water.
Okay, don't poke your eye out.
Watch out for snakes. Even though the stream is crystal clear and beautiful, we're not gonna just drink it straight like this because we don't know where the source came from and if it's infected or not. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the water and then bring it to a rolling boil for 2 minutes. And once the water cools off after that, it should be safe to drink. Man, the Lord really blessed us that we could find this water so quickly. This is awesome. And this is just what we need to be able to escape out of the woods.
Yeah, and with all the water that we got, it should keep us going for actually quite a long time. But we are going to run out eventually and we're going to get thirsty again. And that's just part of being human, is that we get thirsty, we have needs and desires. And water, it cures and quenches our thirst temporarily. In the same way, our souls, our spirits, we long to have our spiritual thirst quenched. And the only person who can do that is Jesus Christ. Jesus said that I am a spring of living water, and whoever drinks from me will never be thirsty again. And so as believers, man, that's so encouraging, because this is just a reminder of our dependence on this water to stay alive. And just like we need this water, man, we need Christ, and he's our living water, and we drink from him, man, we're never going to be thirsty again. So that's encouraging to hear. That's what this reminds me of. But we need to get back to the boys and see if they figured out
where we're going.
Yeah, where we're going.
Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this video, I want to stay up to date for the next awesome trail hacks that are going to be coming out. Make sure to like or subscribe below.
And if you guys are interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, go over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. God bless, guys.
Thanks,
See ya.
guys. Today we're out in the woods and it's a beautiful day, but we need to get out of here. We need to escape the forest. And so today we're gonna use only what God has given us in his creation to navigate our way out of the woods. It should be a lot of fun. This is Trail Hacks. All right guys, here's what I'm thinking. We need to do a couple different things. One is find a reliable water source. Asher, if you and Kean can work together to find that, that'd be great. Meanwhile, Hudson, you and I can work on trying to find our sense of direction out here.
All right, Kean, you and Asher, let's just use the buddy system. Don't separate, stay together.
Sounds good, Hudson. Yeah, Kean and I will stay within calling distance, and we'll be back with as much water as we can here soon.
Good.
All right.
All right.
We need to find north, find our sense of direction, understand where we're at, and how to make forward progress. Now, in order to do that, we need the sun and some shadows. And with those two simple elements, we can find our sense of direction. We can find true north.
In order for this to work, we actually need a sunny spot, and we need the sunny spot to last for 10 to 15 minutes in order to accurately read the shadows. So right now, the sunlight's filtering through the trees, but it's kind of sporadic. Every time a cloud hits, it disappears, and so we're just looking for a nice little sunny spot.
Okay, it clears out a little bit right here. I have a nice shadow here. The trees kind of cleared out. We're getting some beautiful sunshine. The first thing is to plant our stick firmly and then to mark the very tip of the shadow. Wherever the shadow of the stick lies, that's where we need to mark it, and then we'll wait about 10 to 15 minutes and see how far that shadow moves. And then we'll be marking the second point. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And so as the sun is making its arch over the sky, well, it'll hit this stick and it'll give us a shadow, and that's a point of reference. Then as we find our second shadow, it gives us a second point of reference. So Morgan, go ahead and mark the end of this shadow here.
Looks about right. So we just want to line that up, and now it's just a waiting game. We're gonna sit back, we're gonna chill, soak in the sun, get some rays, and the shadow is gonna progressively move. Man, direction is really important, and we're out here kind of lost in the woods trying to find true north. But the truth is, in a greater sense, because of our sin, we are all born spiritually blind, and we don't know the truth. We don't know how to get back to God, how to be in a right relationship with Him. And so we're stuck. It's a big problem, and everybody faces this. But thankfully, God has made Himself known. He's given us His Word. God's Word, the Bible, it's basically like our compass. It shows us how we can be made right to Him again, how we can escape the penalty of our sin and death and be brought back into a right relationship with Him. And so it's the most important thing out there. And honestly, that's one reason why you should never go anywhere without God's Word. Never go anywhere without your compass. You don't want to be stuck in this situation in real life, but how much more so without God's Word. All right, I think we have our shadow. Looks like a good 6 inches away from the first mark. Hudson, you get a second mark there. Nice. That's a good 6 inches or so. It's pretty good.
Yep. All right, so we have our 2 points of reference. The trail hack is to put your left foot on the first marker, your right foot on the second. Now where I'm facing, tall and straight, this is now north. So we have found our sense of direction. North, directly behind me is south. I have east to my right, west to my left. So now we have just created basically a compass rose. We know our direction, which is pretty incredible because all this was based off of just the sun and the shadows. Isn't God's creation amazing?
Okay, now we know true north, so that's one step closer to escaping the forest.
Morgan and I are now going to use these same shadows to figure out what time of day it is. So stay tuned for the next episode.
If you guys enjoy this channel, make sure you like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, then go visit their website at traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about us and our adventures, the Wild Brothers, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com. See you guys in the next video.
My favorite part about trail life is that as a homeschool father, I don't have as many opportunities for my son to interact with other boys his age. Being in trail life allows him to be around other boys his age and learn more about how to interact with them in a godly way. And I really appreciate the way trail life has God just baked in from the very beginning, and it's not just tacked on as an afterthought, but it is the cornerstone and foundation of what we're out here to do. It's about teaching the boys to honor their God and respect Him as He has asked us to do.
My brother Hudson and I were out here trekking through the woods this morning, and man, it's super pretty out. We're out in our snowshoes, and it's just absolutely amazing to be out here. But one thing that we're noticing is that there's always little footprints in the snow, and the snow is really like an open book. You just need to know how to read it correctly. So today we're going to teach you guys how to identify tracks, read the signs, and learn how to track the animals that made them. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. So right here we see, man, a lot of footprints already. And these are one of the most common footprints you're going to see. These belong to snow hares. They're like big white bunny rabbits. And yeah, they're just flourishing out here in the woods. But right over here is a great example of some tracks right here. This rabbit looks like he went bounding off this way. But we can tell right away that it's an older track because it's not a clear, crisp image. It's like it walked through here, but and then a couple of nights later, some more snow fell and it froze over. So right now, it's kind of just a really soft image in the snow. But this track over here, for instance, this one's much newer. you can tell because it's a really crisp image. It's like the rabbit went through here, stomped his feet in the snow, and little bits of snow kind of went flying out as he did that. And the little bits of snow are still there. They haven't been covered by new snow, and they haven't melted away either. They're still fresh. And so if we were in a survival situation, you want to be able to tell the difference so that if you're trying to hunt or set traps, you could follow the fresh tracks and kind of figure out where the rabbits have recently been to and where they still are.
As a good trailman, it's important to be aware of your surroundings. And so a big part about tracking is just to know what kind of wildlife is in the area to be aware of. Now, just the other day, Asher, myself, Keen, and Morgan were out hiking on a trail and we came across really fresh wolf tracks right in the middle of our trail. It was incredible, but really good to know, whoa, we need to be aware. So a good trailman is always aware of his surroundings, aware of the signs, the tracks, so he can know what's in the area.
Hey, there's some little squirrel footprints over here. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my goodness. You can see exactly what their little paws have been doing. They're kind of just indentured in the snow like that. Super clear. Man, these little critters have been active this morning. They're just everywhere. I think one of my favorite parts about tracking is it just really gives you an amazing appreciation for all the different type of animals around here, all the different type of animals that God's made and put specifically in this environment, and how He's equipped them to survive here. For the rabbits, it's their big feet. And I think that just gives us a really good appreciation for God's creation and teaches us to be mindful of them and to value them. And it's not like we're glorying in the creation itself, but we're just giving glory and praise to God because He's the one that made them. And so, yeah, that's probably my favorite part about cruising around here in the snow.
Oh, Asher, look, this is really cool. Oh, man, this is super cool. Asher and I have been tracking these snowshoe hares for a while now, and they've led us to these bushes. It looks like these little seeds here are food for the snowshoe hares. So they've eaten some and then they've left their droppings. So we've been able to see exactly what the snowshoe hares have done this morning. So what we've learned so far this morning is that, one, it's good to be able to tell fresh tracks from old tracks and which direction the animal is going in. Two, to be able to read tracks so you're aware of what animals are in the area, whether they're deer and rabbits or predators like wolves and mountain lions. Three, to be able to read the tracks, it gives us a better understanding of what the animals are doing so that we can document them, observe their behaviors and their habitat, what they've done, and really that leads us to an appreciation of God's creation, the amazing world that God has made. So if you have learned all these things and can apply them, you're well on your way to being an equipped tracker.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you guys liked this video, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about trail life, head over to their website at traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, Morgan Wild here. Today I'm at home and I'm getting ready
Hey, welcome back to AmericaFest Trail Life Radio Row, Media Row booth. And we promised you an interview that's not happening until tomorrow. But your waiting around is not lost on us. And we got the opportunity to pull in CEO, none other than CEO Mark Hancock of Trail Life, who has been a busy man running his feet off all day long in interviews on radio, on television, all over the place, and it's pretty much going to be his life for the next 2 or 3 days. So, welcome, Mark. Welcome to the table for the first time.
Thank you, Kelly and Roy. Glad to be here. You're right. I can't wait to see my step count tonight. I think if I can bank some of those, I can probably take a day off.
I don't think it works that way.
It doesn't.
No.
But that's okay.
So tell us about your biggest wins today.
Well, today's been amazing. A number of just connections, interviews, podcasts. This whole Radio Row, which is, I wish you guys could see it, is just set up with booths. And these are people that we don't see typically at NRB. National Religious Broadcasters has this kind of setup where you can go there. The way it works is everybody comes there, and you can knock out a bunch of interviews in a day, and they get to take all this content and they gather it all. So it works for both sides, really. And this is the same sort of thing, but I can tell you, this is a different set of people.
Really?
I mean, at NRB, it's like, okay, I'm going to do that interview every year I do this interview with this guy and this guy and this guy. But here, it's people that I've never met before. And so I love what that means is that more and more people being exposed to trail life. And I also love our booth, which is right behind us. Pull back the curtain, you can see it. But we've got Freedom Rangemen who are working the booth, and that is just a win. Where people are walking up the booth, they're handling a lot of the questions. People come up and say, "What's trail life?" And to hear them from their perspective talk about trail life, it's just been a real blessing. So I think that's a win. The work that you guys have done to set up this event and run it, it's just amazing. The number of people that are being introduced to trail life for the first time. Last night I got to talk to 400 pastors.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
That was so cool to be able to stand in that room with pastors who are so convicted around the same things that we are convicted around.
Well said. No,
I just felt like I was with, this is our tribe. This is pastors who care about the things that we care about. And as I understand, you were in the back of the room working the table afterwards, and we had a lot of pastors that had a lot of questions.
Interest.
Yeah. So I think that's a win too. Not just because we want to grow as an organization, but every time we're at a troop, it's not just because we get to say, "Hey, we have more numbers." Those are boys.
That's right.
That represents generations that will be changed because we're participating in trail life. So many times we do get into talking about growth in terms of numbers. It's an easy thing to do. But to be in that room with those men and women, speaking to them last night, was just really understand the impact, the ripples that go out from that room. Even if just one troop joins. Our average troop is 48 to 50 boys right now. That's 48 boys that are going to be impacted because this guy sat in a dinner and heard from some guy you never heard from before, And then that boy is going to have sons. And what is he going to do with his sons?
Right.
They're going to be in trail life. So the generational impact of those types of things, it's encouraging for me to see our message being received in that way.
Awesome. We've been talking about it all day here. Why did trail life? And I think it would be great coming to you, to our audience, and everybody else in the world who is watching us for the first time or getting exposed to trail life. Why did Trail Life choose to come to Turning Point USA event, their big Super Bowl event?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's certainly a heavy lift for us as a team because we're so busy anyway. We do a lot with a little. But to take the time, the effort, the energy that it takes to do something like this, I think that, like I said, although this is our tribe, there are people who agree, not everybody, but there are people who agree with what it is that we're doing. It's still people we haven't met yet. Mm-hmm. We do a lot of homeschool conventions, we do a lot of men's conventions, we do church conventions, and you always have people coming up and say, "Oh, I know Trail Life," or "I'm in a troop," or whatever. I haven't heard so much in a while anybody saying, "So what's Trail Life?"
Right.
So that says to me, okay, we have found some people that, like I said, not everybody in the room is going to be in agreement. But we have found some people who are interested in what it is that we're doing. So I think it's important from that standpoint. I think, and to be seen on the stage, actually a literal stage too, but in the room with some of these other ministries that we have a great deal of respect for, it positions us differently in terms of who we are as a ministry. So I love that aspect of it.
What's been your biggest surprise takeaway so far just here?
Oh, gosh. I don't know that I've been surprised by anything. As far as what it is that you guys have done as a team, except that I would say the immensity of this event.
It's huge.
It is. You got me a VIP ticket, and I appreciate that. So there's this VIP lounge. So you got to go to the VIP lounge. So I walk by and I see a sign that says VIP lounge, and I'm expecting you're going to this room. There's going to be, there's going to be an old sofa that they stuck in the corner, and a jug of water over there, and a cup of coffee, and somebody says, what are you doing here? Man, I walked in that thing. It was huge. Have you been in there?
I haven't. Just for the first time.
Yeah, and there's tables all over. They're feeding people, and people sitting down in chairs, and there's music, and it's enormous. And I'm wandering around there like my jaw just dropping. It's like, it's been a long time since I've been in a nightclub, and it felt like, man, this is like being in a nightclub. I mean, the music is going, the lights are flashing, people all over the place. They didn't have a dance floor that I found, but so in terms of the immensity of this event, what it is, it's going. Been in this building before, the Arizona Homeschool Convention. We were here, I don't know, a couple months ago.
July.
So familiar with the building and how much walking you have to do. But to see just the immensity of this event and the exhibit hall behind us, it's really impressive. I have not been in the main room yet. There's speakers in there right now. Like I said,
packed out.
Erica Kirk just finished talking, and then Ben Shapiro, and I don't know who they have up there now. But I haven't been in that room, but I was watching a monitor over here. And they would pan the audience and say, oh, man, there's a lot of people out there. And we get to talk to those people on Saturday and
that's right.
And explain to them about trailers. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. So noon Mountain Time.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday. Mark is going to be taking the stage, and we're going to show a 90-second clip, and then Mark's going to share. I know earlier you were practicing just sharing what you want to share with this crowd. What, as you've prepared for that, as you've prepped for that, Mark, what you've wrestled with that, where have you landed, so to speak, with what is it that you want to communicate with this audience, which is, again, part of our tribe, but a very different part of our tribe that we haven't communicated with before. So I'm curious.
Yeah, well, for doing this for a while, you can stand up at any point and just talk about trail life. If you've been around enough, just somebody asks about trail life, and it's like pushing play.
Sure.
But what my wife has told me, she read over my draft, and she said, I've heard all that before. I said, yeah, I know what they haven't heard yet. She says, yes, but you've heard it before too. And what she showed me is that
that's good.
She's really encouraged me to freshen it up. And so,
I was all done. I was done with this.
Yeah, I was so glad to put that one to bed. No, but she's been incredible help for it and looking at it and taking another set of eyes and saying, no, switch. And so I came today with 3 different versions.
You did.
And I read them to a couple of guys from the staff. Roy was in there for part of it, and also our PR people, the Hamiltons, who have a lot of experience in this kind of space. And I said, I read them. One of them I think I read twice. And got some valuable feedback there too, which confirmed what my wife was saying, because guess what? My wife was right. So it's been a different experience for me. I think if somebody had said to me, hey, stand up and talk for 5 minutes about trail life, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah.
But it's like, all right, you're doing it to people who don't know who you are, and trail life, and you get one shot at it, and 95% of the time when I get up to do a 5-minute thing, it goes well.
Right.
And I'm like, for some reason, I'm nervous about this. And so it's like, what if this is one of those 5%? I stand behind, in front of probably the largest audience that Trail Life has ever been in front of, and I do a 5%. So I'm writing it out, which is different for me.
Right.
Those Trail Life people hear me speak all the time, and usually I'll have a speech prepared for TRLCs because I want to say the same thing at every TRLC. Because we all be on the same page for the message of the year. But for those of our members who have been to a TRLC Friday night, I just wing the whole thing, and so they're used to seeing me in that space. But this is different, and it's like I really want. I don't want to leave anything on the table. I don't want to walk away with any regrets because we're so desperate that people find what it is that we have discovered here.
That's good.
God has hidden so many things in the mission trail of USA that we're not smart enough to have put there, and you just want to share it with the world. And so success is me not absolutely blowing it and not representing well our 68,000 members and almost 1,500 churches, not doing the best job that I can representing them. So I'm carrying that weight, and I'm not asking for anybody to feel sorry for me, saying that's just what's going on with me, and it's different. It's just kind of different. So I appreciate all the great feedback I've gotten from.
Yeah, I'm really excited with what you're sharing and what we got to hear today. But one of the conversations we had today, which is really powerful, and you mentioned it already, is the freedom arrangement that we have. The product is on display. Kelly interviewed Matt earlier today and just crushed it.
He crushed it.
And so you just hear, like, this is the product, like what is produced. So that is the beauty, I think, of Trail Life, Mark, and the volunteers. You think about all of the men that have poured into them, that they'll never, they're not sitting at this table or have the opportunity, but you don't need to. You just look at these young men and what I think Trail Life overall was developing and producing, with obviously Christ getting all the glory in that, but we have a responsibility in that. So.
Yeah. No, there's that spiritual principle that talks about reaping where you haven't sown. And so we've got these freedom arrangements that other men poured into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we're seeing evidence, We're seeing their fingerprints, their impact, and growing these young men who are just amazing.
Right.
They're really impressive. And it's like, wow. But like I said earlier, when you look at the rippling impact, if you focus that in, there are men behind those young men that we met here that we're so impressed with, and they've all poured into them. And so these guys become just a collection of all the wisdom and the anointing and the passion and the effort, all these men. And that's what it takes to build godly men, is you got to put boys in the company of godly men. That's how you do it. There's no other way of doing it.
Wow.
I guess you can make the argument somebody on their own somewhere, just where the Word of God could become a godly man. And that's probably true.
Right.
But in reality, in the culture we live in today, it's so powerful to have a company, a band of brothers that are pouring into these guys, like these freedom arrangements that we see here, and the evidence is there. It's right in front of you.
Yeah.
Like nobody can say you can't do this in Trail. It's too late. It's too late to say it can't be done, because we did it.
We did it.
And,
right.
And so, you're right. These guys are just really representing well. And you leaders out there who are pouring into boys on a weekly basis and in your summer adventures all the time, this works. What it is that you're doing makes a difference. Giving your life, just standing before the guy. And you have no idea of how many boys, or particularly boys who don't have dads, are looking to you to see what does a godly man look like. I've got my mom at home. I've got my teacher at school who's a woman. I got my teacher in Sunday school who's a woman. But I'm in this company of men here. Show me what a godly man looks like. They're desperate for those kind of examples. And it works. It works. It's taking boys and it's turning them into godly men.
So good.
That is fantastic. I can't wait for you to go back and listen to all the Freedom Arrangement interviews that you're too busy today to be here for. And I hope to get them with you here at this table. But another thing that we talked about today, which I think is really important, is I know people hear Turning Point Faith or Turning Point USA, and then, that's political or whatever. And the fact that we're here unashamedly, and I mentioned that we are, I've been to the largest denominational meetings in the country over the last couple of years with Trail Life, and routinely have pastors who are the ones who have to plant the flag and say, Trail Life is going to be a ministry of our church, come up to our booth and say, what do you guys do at Trail Life? And the opportunity to put this product on this floor in front of this audience, the largest audience we probably have ever had as an organization. We're unashamedly here.
Yeah.
And I think that's really good. And it's come from your leading. Told us to go big or go home.
Well, look, like I said earlier, you can look around and you can walk through and look at the booths and says, I don't agree with them. But that doesn't make this any smaller of a pool or smaller of an opportunity. And when you look at the legacy of Charlie Kirk, that's what he did. He was a a collaborator, a consolidator. He worked across lines. He drew together different. He had friends in all sorts of Christian factions that he was able to connect with. And I think if we only took that from him, say our ability to really connect with other people, because I'll tell you what. If we were just an organization of Christian men and their Christian sons, are we really doing the work of the kingdom that we're called to do? I love the idea that we live our lives in front of people. The scripture Malachi, when it talks about turning the hearts of the fathers to the son and the hearts of the sons to the fathers, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just.
Oh, wow.
Now, that's powerful. So what are we living out here? You may say, this isn't an environment I agree with. Should we really be there? Politically, doesn't make sense. If they're disobedient here, where are they going to see the wisdom of the just? And I can tell you that I've had some interviews with people who don't share our faith completely with the convictions that we do, but they walk away from it saying, man, what you're doing is really important. That's the disobedient responding to being the presence of the wisdom of the just. So sometimes we are called to go out in these places where we may not agree 100% with what's going on. And I know we'll have pushback. We'll have members who say, what are you doing there?
Right.
And I get that. And it's not like we're blind to that or naive about that. But I got to tell you, there's sometimes that God calls us into places with people that don't totally agree with us, so that the hearts of the disobedient can be turned to the wisdom of the just. And I think that's a big deal about being here.
The question is, what does salt and light mean? And if we're called to be salt and light.
That's good.
Well, and again, I think last night and then even today, even the conversations that we've had, I mean, we are unapologetically talking is Christ-centered and we're boy-focused. Like that message, unfortunately, I think today has become a political thing. But for us, that it's core to who we are. I thought you did a great job last night, Mark, communicating that with the pastors in terms about the heart of our organization. And I think you'll share that again on Saturday, too, with this crowd about who we are. So I'm excited.
I think cultural shift is happening, too, right now. And being here in this moment during this cultural shift where we see the world culture was very anti-male, very anti-masculinity, toxic masculinity. We're seeing a resurgence across the board. And being able to be in a room and be the voice to what true masculinity, biblical masculinity is also important for us. If we can't talk about masculinity, godly masculinity in a boy's heart, then who else can?
Right?
No, that's true. And we're doing it. We're demonstrating it.
We are.
Yeah. It's happening. Yeah.
So good.
It is.
We'll have 4 more days of this, Mark.
Tell my feet. No, this has been amazing.
So one last thing, 60 seconds, Mark. Your message.
My message.
To the world.
To the world.
In 60 seconds.
Can I phone a friend? Can I?
Yeah, no lifesavers.
My wife help me with this one. Gosh.
You're not the first one to fill on the spot.
I would say this, and I'm going to do it in the context of Trail Life. What we're doing here, it really matters. And we're not smart enough to have come up with it on our own. So the evidence of God's work in the hearts of trailmen all over the country and the Holy Spirit's leading over things is overwhelming. And when I think about our beginnings, 50 of us in Louisville, Kentucky, none of us knew each other, looking at each other saying, should we do this thing?
Right.
And with no money, you can't do that without God. And so I would encourage our trailmen, if what you are doing can be done in your own strength, you have to wonder if it's worth doing. Because it really does take faith to please God. Without faith, it's impossible to please Him. So the converse is, you got to do it. You got to do it by faith, and we see that really every day in the organization. So His hand is. I've gone over 60 seconds. His hand is on us as long as we are turned towards Him, and I'm just so thankful to be serving alongside, 68,000 trailmen across the country, and looking at a future that for boys looks a lot better than before.
Wow.
He put us here.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well,
that's good.
For Mark Hancock, Roy Baldwin, I'm Kelly Love. We'll see you tomorrow.